Green Air Alpha. Good evening. It's Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. It's 6:30 p.m. This is the City of Franklin Common Council meeting. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mayor Nelson.
Here.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Here.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Here.
Alderman Hassan.
Here.
Alderwoman Day.
Here.
Alderman Salus.
Here.
Alderman Craig.
Here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next up is citizen comment period. I'll read this verbatim as I do in every meeting. City of Franklin meeting rules of decorum for attendees and participants. For those attending City of Franklin meetings, number 1, respectful and orderly conduct is expected at all times. Number 2, disruptive or unruly behavior, including but not limited to clapping, verbal disruptions, signs, and outbursts will not be tolerated. For those wishing to speak during City of Franklin meetings, number 1, approach the microphone when the chair opens the floor for citizen comments. State your name and address for the record. Number 3, address your comments to the Common Council, Board, Commission, Committee only. Number 4, limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. I'll be the timekeeper. We have a lot of people here tonight and a very long agenda, so it's not going to be rude, but at 3 minutes, we're done. Number 5, no endorsements or electioneering are allowed. Number 6, speakers shall refrain from presenting unduly repetitious, offensive, threatening, slanderous, defamatory, or obscene remarks. Number 7, persons wishing to speak as a spokesperson on behalf of a neighborhood, subdivision, homeowners, condominium, or business association, or similar group with common interests shall demonstrate their qualifications to do so according to the City of Franklin Resolution number 2007-6227 before speaking on the body's behalf. Number 8, questions may be answered immediately by the chair or refer to city staff for a future reply in a timely manner. Those not adhering to these rules of decorum for attendees and participants will be asked to leave or will be removed from the meeting if necessary. Now, what we'd like to do to also help move this along, if you're wishing to speak, come to the podium. I'll be the clock keeper. And if you want to speak after that person, please come up behind them so we can kind of keep this moving. And we'll open it at this time. So anybody wishing to speak at this time, please come up to the podium. Mr. Pelky, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You may want to test that mic, Andy.
Testing. Okay, my name is Andy Pelky, 9320 West Grandview Court in Franklin, obviously. Several years ago, I raised concerns that the Olson administration was misappropriating public funds by paying for assessment work that wasn't being done, and then tried to cover it up. I provided indisputable evidence. I brought this evidence to then Council President Sherry Hanneman. Instead of addressing the facts, she accused me of self-interest and dismissed my findings as irrelevant. When I filed a formal code of conduct complaint against Mayor Olson, I asked that Hanneman not be given a copy of it because of her obvious bias. But the then city clerk, Sandy Wesolowski, who reported directly to Mayor Olson, the very subject of my complaint, gave her a copy anyway. What I just handed you is a letter she authored shortly after receiving my complaint and before any investigation began. The timing is really important here. This prejudicial letter shows she had already decided to dismiss my complaint and even sought to have the council adopt her response as its official position. This was a clear violation of my right to due process. That letter was withheld from the public for years at the direction of the city attorney, under the claim of attorney-client privilege. But it was not privileged because it was copied to the city clerk as well as the city attorney. In reality, it was a biased document that never should have been hidden, and its concealment deprived the public of knowing how my complaint was prejudged. Years later, the city files a lawsuit against Accurate Appraisal, which was largely aligned to my original findings and complaint. The point I want to make tonight is this. If the same thing happened today, nothing would be different. There are still no safeguards to ensure that the mayor, the city administrator, the city attorney, council members, or any other high-ranking officials act in the best interest of the citizens as a whole, or that individual citizens are treated fairly when they bring forward valid evidence of wrongdoing. And the reason it will happen again is that there are no consequences for such actions. Time and again, the Common Council has shown it is uninterested in holding people accountable for actions that harm the citizens of Franklin. This is not what the citizens of Franklin want. They want their government to act in their collective best interest and to treat all citizens equally. High-ranking officials are not supposed to do whatever they want without consequence. I would urge this council to recognize that you do not have a handle on this type of corruption and malfeasance. To ignore it ensures it will happen again, which is not what the people you represent want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelky.
Linda Mathwake, 7321 Brun Drive. Good evening. Before my comments, I have a question regarding G5 on tonight's agenda. Is the street South Ballpark Drive changing from being privately owned to a public city street? You don't have to answer, I guess, immediately. I can wait for it to be discussed.
Yes.
But tonight, I am here to clarify my comments that I made at the Plan Commission meeting on August 21st. Mayor Nelson, I could tell my words troubled you, considering out of all the speakers, mine was the only one that drew a response from you. When I said, shame on you, the Plan Commission, it was not meant as disrespect toward anyone personally. It was meant to point out that shame comes on individuals when responsibility is not met, and public service is a responsibility rooted in trust. We are all born with a conscience. We know the difference between right and wrong. When a parent neglects a child, there is shame. When someone bullies or harms another, there is shame. When lies are told, when people cheat, or when they exploit situations, there is shame. The same holds true for public service. When an elected or appointed officials put self or private interest ahead of their constituents, the shame is not just personal, it falls on the office itself, resulting in a community that must live with the consequences. Public trust is fragile. Misconduct in the workplace, harassment, or broken promises are not isolated mistakes. They stain the record of history. Every decision that you make leaves a mark, whether it's right or wrong. My intent, again, was not to insult, but to remind. The community is watching. History will record whether those in elected or appointed positions act with courage and integrity, or with convenience and self-interest. The choice is yours, and the legacy is also yours. The constituent should always come first in making decisions.
Good evening, Ms. Gint.
Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. I am the representative of the Hawthorne neighborhood. I'm here to speak on the sound study for the Rock and the city's ongoing failure to protect citizens from the chronic noise nuisance disturbances. The sound study has been contractually required since 2016. The Director of Administration began the sound study process 8 months ago, and the Common Council approved the professional services contract in May. Yet the city allowed the Rock to delay signing the site access agreement for more than 90 days, until nearly the end of the season, until after numerous nuisance events had already occurred without evaluation by the sound study. During these delays, the city approved over 110 events to exceed established noise decibel limits meant to protect residential neighborhoods, And this all happened while the Rock had an outstanding $700,000 financial obligation due to the city, which is again on tonight's closed door session. Under Section 169, permits shall not be issued to any entity with outstanding debts or obligations due to the city. This same financial shortfall occurred in 2024. And again, the city ignored its own laws and issued all permits requested by the Rock. At the approval of 50 events for the Rock in 2025, I specifically requested that no approvals be granted until the sound study site access agreement was signed by the Rock. I also asked that no event be allowed to exceed the 50 decibel limit outlined in Franklin's ordinances and codes for residential property lines, and to wait for the third-party acoustic expert mitigation strategies. That was 90 days ago. Since then, residents have endured repeated preventable noise nuisance intentionally allowed by the city. For 2025, instead of reducing noise and restoring the required protections from adverse impacts, the city voted to increase allowable decibel levels and extend event hours over and above the ones that resulted in 150 noise complaints in 2024. The city is not solving the problem. It is intentionally and deliberately promoting it. The noise problem is nothing new. There are over 1,300 noise complaints about the Rock. It is and continues to be the single source of the vast majority of all complaints citywide. In September 2023, nearly 2 years ago, the mayor issued a press release committing to resolving the Rock's long-standing noise issue and restoring the well-being of all residents. And furthermore, that there would be an aggressive timeline for fixing the problem. Here we are 2 years later. That commitment has gone unfulfilled. The city continues to allow selective enforcement, favoritism, and no real accountability for the Rock. Noise from the Rock is plainly audible and disrupted over a mile away. The noise is unacceptable and deliberately allowed by the city's inaction for a past decade. In March of 2024, the Common Council unanimously...
At 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
Tonight's a hard 3-minute stop.
Okay.
Okay?
There's been no substantial long-term solution created to mitigate the noise for dozens of events, and the city
Okay, Dana,
continues to promote
I've got to shut you down.
the nuisance.
I have to shut you down. Thank you, ma'am.
You are a nuisance.
And now they're coming September 10th, and Kelly will talk about that. Hello, Joy.
Hello. Joy Draginas-Zingales, 7573 Highview Drive, Greendale. With tonight's, with the Taco and Tequila event coming up, I would like to confirm a sound check with the neighbors, JPM, hopefully. The city and promoter will take place on the Friday evening before the event. This was something that Courtney Day put in her motion when the event was approved. So I wanted to confirm that. Has the city confirmed that the stage, speakers, sound system, and artists will be fully functioning and in place when we do this sound check? Otherwise, it's useless in many respects. Has the city taken measures to ensure no vulgar language will be used at this year's event? If there are any complaints, will officers tending to this event have a handheld sound monitor on hand to do noise readings in order to address any concerns and free up patrol officers needed elsewhere in the city? This was the issue last year, where officers did not get to the property until after the event was over, if at all. What steps has the city taken to ensure all 3 sound monitors are on and fully functioning per the developer's agreements? Example, the public dashboard up, running, recording with real-time recordings and info. With this said, have the proper citations been issued to the Rock for the multiple days the monitors have been turned off this summer, including this past weekend? Let me remind you, per Rock representatives and the RSG sound study, these monitors must be physically turned off. I also asked earlier this year for clarification on a sound check for the umbrella bar. With that, Mayor, you answered my email, I believe it was to Kelly initially, stating it had already been done. Per the meeting prior to that sound check and per the text messages with Mike Atkins and the neighbors, that was not a sound check for the umbrella bar. That was strictly a sound check for the Milkman Games. And if you want to go back into the meeting, you can hear where that is talked about. Mayor, it's not right for you to shrug your shoulders.
Well, I'm
because-
waiting to respond to you, so keep going.
Sure,
Because
absolutely.
I was there that night, and I'll go into it, but I want to move this thing.
Absolutely. And I have the text messages as to what
That's
was
fine.
being done. Had it been done, I would have asked that it been delayed per the reason that I was unable to make it, and I am very affected by the noise coming from the umbrella bar. This year it's been obnoxious, absolutely obnoxious. I'm also asking that since the JPM contract was not signed until a week or so ago, I'm asking that those monies be held over until next year to have the mitigation study done by JPM for the umbrella bar and the Milkman Games done next year. It's the end of the season. Everything is quieted down. Most people are not coming out as they would be. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hello, my name is Nicole Schlacks. Address is 8213 South 47th Street, commenting on items G1 and G2 today. Alderman Salus proposed a plan that gave the school what they originally asked for, tennis courts, while still protecting what our community values, a 150-foot wooded buffer between our properties and these new developments. His plan more closely honored the original referendum, which never included a practice field and represented true compromise. What is being framed as compromise with Alderman Salus's plan is in reality simply a return to what the original referendum asked for. It only feels like compromise because the school has strayed so far from its original promises and pushed out drastic last-minute changes. Alderman Salus's plan reflects what residents originally voted for, tennis courts and opening Highview Drive. The school is the one asking for more than the referendum entailed, causing delays in this project. But this delay is not in the fault of the residents. It is the result of the school making drastic last-minute changes to their plan. Under Alderman Salus's plan, the school could still build their tennis courts while the buffer of trees and wetlands, a critical part of the conservation easement, would remain. But because this plan prevents the practice field from being built where the forest currently stands, the school seems unwilling to accept. When asked directly at the Plan Commission meeting why the practice field could not go closer to the other two practice fields, the school gave no clear answer except to say the land is under a conservation easement. And yet they are now still trying to overturn a different conservation easement that protects even more trees, wetlands, and surrounding neighborhood properties. This simply does not make any sense. Let me be clear, Alderman Salus's plan was the closest thing we have had to real compromise after countless meetings and testimony from neighbors. The school's so-called compromise is not new. The plans they are calling concessions were dated back in June, before meetings with the community and neighbors to discuss the changes. This shows that the compromise is nothing more than old plans recycled to give the illusion of negotiation. Finally, the Plan Commission voted that Highview Drive should be made as emergency access only, and for good reason. Opening it up to staff, buses, and now construction workers puts children and pedestrians at risk. The school has safely used 51st Street for years, so why suddenly endanger residents by turning Highview into a major access point? I would never do something to my neighbors that I know would negatively impact their safety, their homes, or their quality of life. That is what it means to be a part of a community. I respectfully ask you to please stand with the people of Franklin and protect the residents you represent. I urge you to please vote in favor of Alderman Salus's plan, which allowed the school their tennis courts while amending the conservation easement in a way that still preserves 150 wooded buffer and opening Highview Drive as emergency access only. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sprague, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. We, the members of the Franklin School Board, respectfully request your approval of
Hey, Mike.
key amendment.
Will you state your name and
Sorry.
record, please?
Mike Sprague, Franklin Board of Education, 8255 Forest Hill. We, the members of Franklin School Board, respectfully request your approval of key amendments necessary for the continued progress of our construction plans. Our team has worked diligently to put before our community a referendum question reflective of the current and future needs of students, and which reflected the desires of the community. In November 2024, the team's efforts were validated when 55% of Franklin voters approved the referendum, demonstrating the community's strong support for Franklin Public Schools. With the approval, conceptual sketches have evolved into detailed, feasible plans. To implement these plans successfully and responsibly, we are requesting your support on the following amendments. 1, approve access via Highview Drive. This access point is critical to enhance emergency vehicle response times, provide appropriate access to the tennis courts for practice and meets, and provide dedicated parking for 70 staff members before and after school. 2, adjust the easement. We request a standard modification of the easement to allow for a 60-foot buffer instead of the current 150-foot requirement. 60 feet is double the standard Franklin ordinance. This adjustment will ensure we are able to maximize educational space and safety while still complying with Franklin ordinances and practices. Your approval of these amendments is essential to the safety, accessibility, and educational success of our students. Franklin Public Schools strives to continue to partner with the city to meet the needs of our growing community. We remain confident that you will work with us to build a stronger, safer, and more future-ready Franklin. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration. Please help us move Franklin forward. Sign the Franklin Board of Education, Mike Sprague, President, Ann Sapersky, Vice President, Dr. Angie Beer, Clerk, Dr. Maksud Khan, Treasurer, Debbie Larson, Linda Witkowski, and Mary Yank. 6 of 7 of us are here tonight. Thank you for your time.
And Mr. Sprague, just one quick question. So every elected member of the school board is in support of this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Damian Lair, 4588 West Valley Drive. Don't understand why this is up for review again. We went through this many times. We came to a settlement. Why is it suddenly back up to choice again? We're talking a handful of people that want it, handful of people that don't. If you put this resolution back out, you barely got a 55% vote last time. Start using it to improve the school. Let's not worry about how many tennis courts and fields we can put in. Let's improve the school. Go back to what we came here to do. This should not be up for renewal again.
It's just the process, sir, where it goes from the plan commission to the council. Has to do that. Hello.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council. Good evening. My name is Kristen Stanley. I live at 10728 South 92nd Street. I serve on the Parks and Environmental Commission, and we voted not to recommend granting the special exemption because it simply didn't meet the city's criteria, where the hardship is self-imposed because of the registered conservation easement knowingly on that land, and the mitigation plan is weak at best. Once these mature trees are cut down, the proposed area for replanting will only have to be managed for 3 years in the new site. And there's other areas that would be better served for the preservation of Franklin's natural resources. I feel duped somewhat because the last planning commission meeting, the school district gave a presentation showing an image of the visionary team that was claiming that Franklin's high school needed 18 lighted tennis courts and a mowed playing field to stay competitive as a Division I. But then when I went home and looked at Google Maps, I looked up all the Division I schools that are placed in tennis, and I was surprised to find that there are only 6 to 10 courts without lights. Arrowhead had 12, but they have 2 big school campuses, so I would say that's 6 each. But none of these programs, or even Wisconsin universities, have 18 outdoor courts. So I guess I'm happy that we scaled that back to 10, but it's still with lighting. Interesting to note that Franklin was mentioned among these top tennis programs, even though we don't have courts on campus today, so clearly athletic success is not tied to the number of courts. When the funds were secured for Franklin students, somehow a rec department requirement has squished its way with an excessive number of tennis courts into this area for the kids. I'm not convinced that mowing down a mature woodland or putting in a roadway or with a gate will raise our students' GPAs or make them more safe. What it does is create a long-term maintenance burden at a time when funding pressures are shifting to the city and state. And as we've seen in our city parks, maintaining tennis courts is expensive and refurbishing them is even more expensive, and it will tax the already burdened staff of the school. I don't believe this plan is what residents thought they were approving when they voted for the 140+ million high school education referendum. I certainly didn't expect a tennis emporium to be built and a mature woodland to be removed. I think the bordering residents will agree with me. I urge you to hold this project accountable and not allow for it to steamroll through the approval process and across this protected space. The city ordinance clearly lays out the criteria for approving modifications for land under conservation easements, and it's not granted simply because athletic parents and players are passionate about the project or because the contractor is already mobilized and the funds need to be spent. These decisions must serve the long-term interests of all Franklin residents. Thank you.
Ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? Lady Mary?
Mary Yank, 5731 West Cascade Drive, a school board member. Good evening, alder people and Mr. Mayor. I regretted not having prepared remarks at the Planning Commission meeting, but do have a couple to share this evening. At that meeting, Mayor Nelson cited the experience and expertise of several members of the commission regarding the issues that were presented and discussed. I would like to recognize and highlight the incredible team of professionals that the Franklin Public School District has retained, the members of which have been working tirelessly for over 2 years on every facet of this project. They have spent countless hours not just doing their jobs during the day, but traveling after hours to attend board meetings, community presentations, and scrutinizing every aspect of this high school renovation. They have thoughtfully studied the impact these proposals will have on the community in general and close neighbors in particular, and there have been compromises and accommodations made in an attempt to address concerns by those affected. Secondly, at the last meeting, Mr. Cromie said twice that our children, everybody, whether you have offspring here in the district or not, our children, the students attending Franklin Public Schools are our most precious resource. Each time he said this, there were audible snickers and smirks from the audience. I found that to be quite disheartening. He didn't say our school buildings are the greatest resource or even our outstanding educators and staff that we are blessed to have in this district. He said our children, the children of this community, are our most precious resource. And this was met with a clearly negative reaction from several people in the audience. While I know this sentiment is not indicative of the vast majority of our citizens, as a school board member, a longtime community member, and most certainly as a parent, it was pretty disheartening to witness. Finally, as I noted at the last meeting, Franklin is growing. You can't drive very far in any direction without seeing a new subdivision sprouting up or signs of new development being considered. Large parcels of land have for sale signs on them, the development of which will entail the removal of trees, green space, natural habitats, and water retaining soil. In each instance, I have to trust that the city's experts are doing their due diligence to mitigate the potential for flooding, be mindful of the impact on nature and neighbors at the same time, and keep making Franklin a community people want to move to and raise their families in. This referendum was supported by a majority of voters in a high turnout election. I hope you feel we are doing our due diligence in addressing concerns, exhibiting transparency, and providing consistent communication about why these proposals are crucial to the future success of Franklin Public Schools and to our most precious resource, our children. Thank you so much.
All right, that was right on the button. Well done. Doctor?
Angie Beer, 9025 South Deerbrook Court. I'm a member of the school board. Thank you. This is going to be a long meeting for you all, I'm sure. I know it's hard to listen to community comments that are so laced with emotion, as many of them have been tonight. I just encourage you all to consider as dispassionately as you can our request and give us the same consideration that you would any other development that's being brought before you, and attempt to set aside to the degree that you're able some of the rhetoric that's come through in some comments. And it's understandable emotion, but in the end, we're all just trying to do what's best for the students of Franklin. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Everyone,
Evening.
Ann Sapersky, 7851 West Canterbury Court, Franklin, also a member of the school board. Also just wanted to, you asked for not repetitive, so I'll try not to be repetitive, but I just want to express, we've have been working on this for many years. This is not something that has come out at the last minute. We have spoken with the community, we've worked with the community through the whole thing, and we did have community support through the referendum in November with our 55% majority vote of people who support this project. I urge you to consider these amendments and approve them tonight so we can continue. As Mary pointed out, as Mr. Cromie said 2 weeks ago now, our students are the future. Everything that we do as a school board is thinking about our students and what's best for our students and the future for our, for students in the community. These amendments tonight will do that. Will consider the best for our students for the future, and I urge you to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Khan, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Nelson and the respected City Council members. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the work which you guys do. I don't think...
So right now, the address gurus are screaming at me. You don't hear them. So just state your name, and you can use the school district address, but right away, they hear nothing but, there's no address. They wake up. They just...
So, my
Wild.
name is Dr. Maksud Khan. I'm the treasurer of the school board. My address is 9815 West Wolfville Road, Franklin, Wisconsin, 53132. So I wanted to start with first of all, thank you to Mayor Nelson and the City Council elders for their work, for the hard work, for the community which you guys do. I'm here to request your support for the district plans which we have worked for a long time. I definitely understand the concerns of our neighbors, and as a community member and as a school board member, I want to again stress that we will do everything possible within the district's limitations to ensure that your concerns, the neighbors' concerns, are addressed as such. So what we are trying to do is not only for the neighbors, but the general scale, the entire district, for the school, for the students, which are most important. So again, I request you to support this work which you are doing as a school board and a district. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Mr. Barthel.
Robert Barthel, 8295 South 47th Street. The conservation or easement agreement was signed by the school district and the city of Franklin. That's us. That makes you, the common council, our last offense against ignoring a legal document, a promise, stamped by the Register of Deeds, stamped by Notary Public, stamped by the land surveyor, and leveling the woods and wetlands to provide a laydown area. When 55% of the people of Franklin voted for the referendum, they voted for a referendum with a site plan that looked like this, with the forest still intact. When they build skyscrapers in New York or any other big city, they don't need 8 acres for a laydown area or to stage equipment. Why is it needed here at the cost of a beautiful forest? I have asked at multiple meetings with the school board or with the school district to see the plan on water management. And every time I bring it up, I'm told only that it's handled by experts. If that area is a gravel field for 3 years while they build the portion of the school that we did vote yes on, the trees aren't there to absorb the stormwater. And the storms are getting worse because of climate change. We all know that. Look at a couple weeks ago. There's a lot of water in those wetlands. Our basements will flood. With 60 feet of trees, that is not enough to absorb that water. That is a very wet area up there. Please don't adopt the plan that the school board is recommending. Please adopt the plan that the Planning Commission recommended. 150 feet of forest from each lot line on 47th Street and on Forest Hill. 60 feet of trees will never absorb the water. Our properties and houses will flood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob.
Good evening. Ethan Schlacks, 8213 South 47th Street. I would like to express my support for the amendments that Alderman Salus proposed at the last Plan Commission meeting. With his proposal, it allows the project to continue as the original plan that was stated in the referendum: tennis courts and Highview Drive emergency access. In fact, these new parameters allow the school to build more tennis courts than originally planned. It was also discussed at the last Plan Commission meeting about using the space to the north of the current practice fields to put in the additional practice field. The school could not say that the land was unusable, but stated that the area was protected by a conservation easement as their reasoning for not putting the field in that spot. I hope you can see the irony in that statement. It is clear to me that based off of the most recent motion set forth by the Plan Commission, the school would be able to fulfill exactly what was proposed in the referendum while still maintaining a significant buffer to neighboring properties and preserving more of the protected area. Sounds like a win-win to me. The school's claims are that they need the tennis courts and a practice field. The amendments to the motion that were proposed by Alderman Salus allowed the school to get exactly that. The fact that the school is fighting against this just proves the point that we've been making all along. They don't need all this space for tennis courts and a practice field. They want the space for a construction site. They want to amend a legal document, destroy protected land, all to build a construction site. I will again say that the school district showed the neighbors 3 different sets of plans: one in July, one in the beginning of August, and one in the middle of August. Each new plan was allegedly created based off of neighbors' input. The school district presented their last alleged revised plan on August 13th. However, those plans show that they were created on June 24th, proving that they were not made in response to neighbor and public input, as they have claimed, thus adding to the list of deception and transparency issues that we have repeatedly brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. My name's Annie DeArmond, 8613 South Parkland. Thank you, all of you members, for your time. You've been going through a lot listening to us lately, so it is appreciated. I wanted to talk to you about Franklin High School and why we need new tennis courts. Actually, to have tennis courts like all the other schools in our divisions, and a replacement practice field for one that will be taken away. We'd like to have equity and access for our students. Franklin athletes currently have no courts on campus. We must travel to nearby parks, rent courts, just to practice and compete. Without at least 10 courts, we cannot host tennis meets, depriving students and families of home court advantages and community spirit. Traveling off-site reduces instructional time, increases transportation costs, creates logistical challenges for families, especially working families, which is kind of what helps build Franklin. Working families. Strategic use of limited land. Franklin High School is landlocked. Most other open areas are already developed for or fall within protected wetlands. The proposed corner behind the school is the most practical location for courts and practice fields, minimizing disruption elsewhere. Parking, green space, preservation, and practice fields needs have been considered to balance athletics and open spaces. Balancing our green space and our development as a school. Conservancy agreements have been amended responsibly to meet today's educational and recreational needs. I'd like to also cite the conservation easement was amended for a future Costco, hopefully coming to Franklin. The district plans to leave more greens than typical projects, but overly strict restrictions could reduce the number of courts and currently offering a field that's going to replace field that already will be taken away. Community benefits. The courts will be open for public use when not scheduled for school events. That is another boom to our area. Hosting tournaments would bring visitors to Franklin, benefiting local businesses and boosting school pride. Fiscal responsibility. Owning our own courts will save the district money by reducing rental fees and transportation costs long term. The design maximizes land use by creating multi-purpose athletic spaces rather than just one single-use construction. This is moving Franklin forward, and I'd like you to follow the recommendation of the school board. Thank you for your time tonight. It is much appreciated.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wishing to speak? Going once. Ms. Kaskowski. We want to pull it. There you go.
Diane Kachkowski, 10623 Beacon Hill Court West, Franklin. I'm not going to have too long of a speech. I'm just going to state the facts regarding the whole Franklin Public Schools plan. We currently have no tennis courts. Muskego High School has 12. We need a minimum of 10. We are losing a practice field that needs to be replaced. Students are traveling off-site for practices, paying for courts in other cities. The southeast corner of the school's property is the best place for the courts and the practice field. The completion of Highview Drive is necessary for emergency access. Conservation easements can be amended if the proper channels are followed. The school board has gone above and beyond the requirements. I ask you, don't wait any longer. Approve it tonight. Approve the school board's requests that includes 60 feet of trees, which is double the requirement, a minimum of 10 tennis courts, a practice field, and the completion of Highview Drive.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, Brenda Peterson, 8255 South 47th Street. I'd like to hand deliver a copy of some letters.
Thank you. They all have this one.
Okay.
Yep, this was copied and provided for every elected.
Thank you. I am hand delivering those letters like I stated, and I'd like to say a few things on behalf of myself, being a neighbor of the school and a taxpayer of the city. This conservation easement was set behind my home when I purchased it back in 2015. These easements are recorded to preserve mature young woodland streams, wetland buffers, and wetlands identified by the NRPP so that the natural systems aren't disrupted. The Plan Commission has looked at this and issued recommended outcomes. The council should not disregard some of those recommendations without clear evidence-based recordings explaining why. These easements run with and bind the property in perpetuity and may be changed only by written instrumental executed by both the school district and the city. Any release or waiver of the restrictions must be in writing by the Common Council as contemplated by the Wisconsin State Statute, Section 236.293, underscoring that loosening protections is extraordinary and must be well justified. The easements prohibit grading, vegetation removal, except for dead and diseased trees, which they have not been fulfilling as a part of their easement for the last 10 years, filling, dumping, operating motorized vehicles in these protected areas. Improvements must enhance conservation value. Even when the council approves something like this, it must be approved, make an improvement that enhances the resource value, not planting trees 1.5 miles from the property on a cornfield that no one's going to use. It is the city's duty to enforce, not erode. As a holder of this conservation easement, the city has expressed rights to inform the covenants and to expect the city role is stewardship and not relaxation of the protections. I'm asking you to pause voting on items G1 and G2 so that just as this was tried to be pushed through during summer vacation, we can all do a little bit of homework and work together to make sure all alternative analysis has been done, study the outside easements, and be consistent with the UDO, the Corp, that proof of all wetlands, stormwater, erosion controls, and approvals are taken into consideration.
3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one else, close citizen comment period. I'm sorry?
The lady in the back, she says trouble.
Judy Mills. Come on up. Take your time.
I think I'm here, oh, Judy Mills, you know,
Well, you have to see your address. I know it's on Winston Way, but I don't remember the address.
okay, 8018 West Winston Way, Franklin. And I know they're talking about school issues. I'm here about the development that's going to go up on Rawson on 76th Street. If that's okay, I can, but I would want to mention all of this development, this high-density development that I see going up in Franklin in terms of condos, big apartment complexes, et cetera. You have to consider the impact those kinds of developments, as opposed to building single-family homes, will have on the school system. When you can put a whole bunch of, I mean, when somebody builds a home, you have maybe 1, 2, 3 kids at max in that home. But in these condos or these high-rise buildings, et cetera, you're going to get a huge number of kids that are living in those developments. And then you dump that problem on the school system, where they've got to educate those kids. They have to have rooms for them, seats for them, et cetera. Very expensive. And people go after the superintendent of schools as if he had some control over this, where the original problem comes with you guys. So every time you approve a development that is, you know, multi-story, maximum population put in that place, you're creating huge problems for the school district in this city. And taxpayers already voted down a referendum to build to build a second high school. And I mean, everybody's worried about their budgets, et cetera. So I ask you to think about, when you okay these massive projects where you can house a lot of people in a very small footprint in Franklin, the extenuating problems that's going to cause for the schools in this city. And that when they start complaining, the school board should be able to send them to you and say, we didn't create this problem, you did. Okay, now, next, I'm here because of the development that's proposed for the area around 76th and Rawson. And my home backs up to the wetland that's there, as do a lot of other homes. That wetland is keeping us dry. It's been instrumental. I have 2 sewers. I have 1 sewer in my backyard that the city put in, and another sewer that extends into the wetland that the city came and put in because of flooding problems for all of these homes. Okay, so if my time is up, I'm going to come back to the next meeting and talk about this, because that development could cause huge problems for the people on Winston Way in terms of flooding their properties, thereby lowering the value of those properties when they want to sell them. You have to tell them, well, you're going to have a swimming pool in your backyard. So, yeah, I know. So.
But thank you, Judy.
I'll come back. I hope you're not going to do a development before I can come back and finish this.
No.
Okay.
We have a number of them in the pipe, but not that quick.
All right. And as Arnold said, I'll be back.
Yes, he did. Terminator, 1984. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one else? Closed citizen comment period. Moving forward. One of the things I would like to touch on is, and a little bit of rebuttal is that we are miles ahead of where we were regarding noise issues at the Rock from 2.5 years ago. Miles ahead. Is it as fast as we were planning on and hoping to, ladies? No, it's not as fast as we thought. And there is one thing I do know, is that those sound monitors, because I see them, and when they go offline, I send my text, and they're still recording, though. As we all know, we want to make sure we are not being disingenuous. Those they're still being recorded. And then every Monday I email the chief of police and I copy the alders, and I ask about any complaints that were received and what happened to them. Because when someone hears, wow, there were 1,300 complaints, what is going on here? Well, you got to look at if they're substantiated or not. Do they have merit? Was the rock found to be guilty of anything? You can have all the complaints you want. If they're unfounded, well, I'll get into that. So this was the response back this morning from the chief of police. It says, good morning. Over the weekend, a total of 8 noise complaints were received related to the rock. Each was investigated and found to be unsubstantiated. That means nothing that held water, nothing that was a violation, nothing that needed to be cited. And then I also asked about, with respect to St. Martin's Fair activity, and they're going to have a breakdown later, because if anybody went to the St. Martin's Fair this weekend, perfect weather, huge crowd, awesome time. But we're going to be looking a little bit more with the sound monitoring company. And if I could just ask the Director of Administration to just give a short update on some things that have been as of late. Madam Director.
Seems really tall.
There you go.
Yeah, so JPM is on board to come into Franklin on the 9th. We're looking to schedule a site visit on the 10th, and we're also looking for neighbor representative and 3 impacted addresses. So during the site visit,
So what does that mean?
so during the site visit, JPM's engineer will basically do what he is supposed to do, which is study the land and the impact on the sound, and and work with the city and the developer and the neighbors to get this study kicked off. And he will be there for the tacos and tequila and a number of other events.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Item C is in Charles, approve of the minutes, regular common council meeting of August 19th, 2025. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all is in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have, a motion carries. We have no hearings under D as in David. We have no organizational business under E as in Edward. F as in Frank letters, we have none. Moving forward to G1. G1, resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a conditional use for the Franklin High School, an educational facility use upon property located at 8222 South 51st Street, tax key number 807-9999-001, Franklin Public Schools applicant. If we could, this is going to be a back and forth a little bit, so if we could have some representation up here, would be great to get some clarity. I know we've got 2 chairs and 3 microphones, and now we've got 3 and 3. Perfect. And we know all of you, if you could just, when it's time for you to speak, just state your name and the business address for the record when we get to that. So, Mr. Martinez, were you starting off this conversation? Perhaps you could sit up here by Danielle and use that one, or all sorts of craziness. Thank you for everybody being flexible on this. Yeah, no, I know, it should work even though it's broken.
Thank you.
Did you have that one on, Kelly?
Good evening, Regulo Martinez, Planning Manager. So this conditional use request is for the Franklin High School expansion for the tennis courts, soccer field, access to Highview Drive, building addition, and other accessory buildings. So the conditional use, according to the UDO, goes before the Plan Commission with a public hearing for a recommendation, and then it goes before the Common Council for a decision. So it was presented before the Plan Commission on August 21st, and the Plan Commission recommended approval with 2 amendments. First one is that the access to Highview Drive shall be only for emergency vehicles. And the second amendment is that the tennis court lighting shall be shut off by dusk or 8 p.m., with the exception of school sponsor activities or tournaments. The applicant has no objections to the second amendment about the tennis court lighting. However, the applicant is requesting a revision to the first amendment to the conditional use. What the applicant is requesting is they are proposing a gate to restrict access to Highview Drive, so that will be for staff only, approximately 70 vehicles. And the applicant submitted a revised site plan depicting the gate and also provided additional information. So they compare an alternative access to Drexel Avenue to the north. And basically, the other alternative, it will impact more natural resources, more areas of wetland, woodlands, and it will also create more impervious surfaces because they need a longer drive to get to Drexel rather than a shorter drive just to get to Highview Drive. So that's a summary of the revision that the applicant is requesting.
So if I could start before we turn over to the school, just to get a little more clarity so people can understand. I've spoken with both sides of the neighbors that are on Highview that live north and south of the adjoining properties. And one part to discuss is what this gate means, what this will look like, and there's now a controlled access. So it isn't just you willy-nilly, and we hope that only emergency vehicles use it. This will be a gated access with either a code, either a schlag, either some way of doing it that restricts it to those 70 vehicles that are going to be assigned to staff, teaching staff at the high school. So if they are, teacher Mary Smith is spot number 5, she'll be in, that's spot number 5, and she enters the access gate, similar to what's done at the courthouse on 10th Street, which is governed by Milwaukee County for the elected officials that use that and other people. So, and then when you would have an event, let's say you have a tennis meet, Greendale's coming to Franklin to lose, what they do is they put their code in, everybody catch that? And the gate comes up, and the gate can stay up while the buses come in and out of there, and people that will come in there to watch the event. And then, you know, that's put down so it's automatically in and out for that event. But other than that, it's closed access, and the gate exiting, the egress gate, comes up through a motion sensor to get out only. In, it would have a camera, so they'd be monitoring by camera and by code or by schlag to the ingress part. Egress is automatic. Ingress is governed, it's videotaped, and it's by strict code. So what that does is, yes, it does restrict it, it controls it, and that is what the latest and greatest people are doing that get in and out. And which is almost a mirror if you go downtown, which I rarely do, but if you do, to any of those parking structures to see an event, that's how you're doing it too. You're walking, you're coming in, you're putting your code in, or you're paying in front. It's coming in, the gate lifts up. So it's going to be a controlled access. And that's an important change that I believe the school came up and said, look, you know, this is a reasonable alternative to just emergency vehicles. It satisfies both arguments, my opinion, and I'm kind of teeing it up for the school if you guys want to take it from there. And
all right. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would say I would echo the reasonable ability to look at what we're looking at with a conditional use. So obviously Planning Commission proposed that a little bit different with emergency vehicle only. And we've really looked at, you know, first and foremost, when we're looking at this referendum project that we've been very forthcoming to the community and the city about, right? It started in being in front of the council months ago to talk about, here's the future project we're looking at. We've been back in front of Planning Commission multiple times. We have met with the neighbors in May and brought adjustments in June. We met with the neighbors at the beginning of August. We brought additional adjustments later in August. That was evidenced through an extensive presentation that we did with Planning Commission and have shared with the city. We continue to look at now what came out of Planning Commission with only having access for emergency vehicles. The need is tennis courts and a practice field. Tennis courts are right in the referendum question. The practice field is because we have to build north of the school, which is the only place you're going to build adjacent to the school, which takes over a practice field, which means we had to do an extensive study of what is the best location for that field, which came to that southeast corner, right? That's obviously created some emotion with the trees and the easement that's in that area. I think that your legal counsel well-defined perpetuity last time we were here for Planning Commission, so we don't need to repeat that. But if we're going to use that space, we're going to need access to that space. We don't want nonstop access. We don't want students or staff driving around the school, creating an unsafe environment, much like we've heard from the city and the neighbors. We're really talking about the 70 staff spots that are back there that are assigned, like the mayor referenced. We've now talked about the gate. We've already added the gate that was off of the lower part of the school near the Saber Center. That gate will still remain, but now we're talking about a gate that is going to have an access code, or, you know, however that's designed, with cameras that's specific to people assigned to those parking spots, or tennis practice or teams coming in, or practice field people. So not regular access to that. There's not a direct way around the school where they're really going to find an advantage to coming around anyways. In addition, to look at substantial evidence that we've shown to say why we need this is, we looked at last time at Planning Commission, it was said, why don't we add that practice field on the north side of the property near the fire department? We've extensively looked at the property layout and what that looks like, where the wetland and water and woodland and everything is. And yes, it would be disturbed in both areas, as many people have referenced, but you would be in a higher floodplain, and not likely, in our work with Point of Beginning, our professionals, to get approval to develop that area. It's a much different look in the corner that we're looking at developing. So we have explored what that would look like. It is still best in that southeast corner of the property. So that's the other piece of that. And then being able to get the access from the conditional use. I know a traffic study has come up quite often also. We'll kind of keep repeating that we know who's coming in and out. Not just it's 70 staff, we're going to know what staff members it is, and then we're going to know the access to those tennis courts or practice fields. So to do a traffic study is going to probably tell us what we can predict is that for about 15 minutes on the front and end of the school day, you're going to have 70 staff members coming or leaving the school. And you're going to have those busy moments at the beginning or end of a practice, or if we are hosting a tennis match. That's what a traffic study is going to tell us. If we were to do one this summer, obviously we wouldn't have had those that environment to look at, to be at that part. Also, what came up in the last meeting was the potential for a road, which the mayor referenced, or actually, sorry, Regalo referenced, connecting to Drexel. So we provided the factual data about the difference between this Drexel Avenue connection and also a Highview Drive connection. Obviously, there's much more woodland, conservation easement, wetland that is disturbed in adding that road, in addition to just 200 feet versus a 1,200-foot road. There was a little misunderstanding, too, that that would provide an ease the amount of cars coming in the property from 51st. Again, this does not change our regular drop-off and pickup patterns with buses, parents, or student drivers. That's not the problem we're solving here. The referendum, we're simply looking at the access to that southeast corner. Even adding a road, whether it's attached to Highview or Drexel, is still just accessing those same 70 staff members and those same students or coaches or other teams accessing those practice and tennis fields in that corner. I would ask if the team has anything additional to add, but I think that.
Could I add one thing just so you can
Absolutely.
cover it again? Because you went through it pretty quick. So just so we're all on the same page, if I'm going back to my high school days and I'm pulling into my 69 Chevelle SS and I want to be slick and I come off of 51st Street, can I just go all the way up at top and park in the spot up there?
No. You
Why,
won't have
doctor?
access to it.
Why can't I do it?
Well, there's going to be a gate off that southeast corner of the school, so kind of where the Saber Center is in the back. And then also we're going to have the control gate that we're looking off of Highview.
But I'm saying that the main point of my conversation just now was that you can't come off of 51st and drive all the way around to the back. So there's no way of doing it because there's going to be a gate there, was my point I wanted to hammer home and reiterate, just so people knew that, because I've heard some scuttle from both sides saying, well, I just can come in off of 51st and drive around. Well, you can't do that. So thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. But Mr. Cromie, are you up next?
I have nothing further to add.
I would just ask again, if you just state your names and business address for the record.
Sure, Annalee Bennon, 8255 West Forest Hill. I would say one thing that I would also add is I heard some discussion tonight during comment about tennis courts and the amount of tennis courts that we have. The district and the rec department that's run by the district does not currently have any tennis courts. We do work with the city for reservations for city tennis courts, but there are not tennis courts, just to clear up some miscommunication that was stated in the room earlier this evening.
Andy Cromie, Assistant Superintendent, 8255 West Forest Hill Avenue.
And then Michael Hacker with Cadence Consulting. I'm the district's owner's rep, 1728 East Hampton Road, Whitefish Bay.
Great. If we want to pause for a minute, questions, Mr. Salus, Alderman Salus.
I just like when I start with the notion of the 70 cars. The main concern I have is this a promise to be kept or a promise to be broken? So the 70 cars might not be a huge deal, but it's just 10 short years that when the school signed a legal document dedicating that this land to be protected, conservancy, supposedly forever. So 10 years, now the same entity is coming back here asking for reversal. So when I hear this 70 car business, am I, like, if I want to run the math, am I supposed to come like here, like the school system, in a couple years asking, you know what, we want to make this a full-blown exit? And why, if this is only for the 70 cars only, why do we need a gate? Why it can't be physically built that there is no connection whatsoever? If you want to respond to that, then I have more questions.
If you don't mind, why don't we do that? Sir, whoever's got questions, maybe answer them right away so it keeps them fresh in everybody's mind.
From a life safety standpoint, having a full access around the building for both fire and police is extremely advantageous and requested of them. So to not connect that back parking lot all the way around, it will have a gate in between though, but from life safety, that has been requested from both of those entities.
I fully agree with that, but my question to Michael, you did the site work design, I take it?
I did not. I can help represent the team that did.
Okay, like, did it occur to you guys as designers that you have a major high school with close to 1,000 vehicles parked inside the facility, with hundreds of parents coming in and out, with the buses, with the visitors, that a school of this caliber or facility of this caliber, did you guys advise the school system that you should invest in another major exit toward the school, toward that Drexel Avenue, for example? I'm just like wondering if that took place.
Well, that was from the outset of the referendum. That was not, as Dr. Bennon noted, a problem that was established to be solved via the referendum funds. That has been brought up at Plan Commission in multiple sessions. We've opened up a line of communication with the district or the city's planning department and engineering that we can discuss that further if there are ongoing concerns about vehicle circulation, bus circulation off of 51st, post installation of the stoplight and the collaboration between the city and the school district. The district's wide open to continue dialogues about that, but that from the outset of the project, that was not an intended solution to this project. So the proposed connection, it's an important distinction, is not to solve for a concern of the volume of traffic west of the building. This is simply to make a connection to the staff parking and the tennis courts, as has been discussed.
But then who is in charge of the planning? Like, you know, to me, this is a planning issue. Like, you know, you have a major facility, and I talk to the school system, they say, they point finger to the referendum. The poor taxpayers were asked to spend $140-some million for the school expansion. The idea that we want to expand the school once for quite some time. Like, we don't want to worry about another request in a few years. So the ones who put together the referendum question or the ask is the school team, is now me. So I'm just like wondering, how do I answer the taxpayer. They say those people cannot plan for a few years ahead. In my view, in my humble opinion, you do have a traffic crisis as we speaking right now. And you did not even, there's no recognition that we have a traffic issue. And there is nothing in the planning to address that. And with all the difficulty we have with the neighbors, with all the complaints, with all the potential crisis we could happen down the road, I'm just like wondering why this is not a number one option, rather like we're trying at all costs to avoid the Drexel Avenue access. I did read the comparison and stuff like that. I do recognize it's a longer ride. I do recognize that it might cost a little bit more money, although there is debate around that, but assume that it will cost a little bit more money, but it will solve substantial problem. The reason I asked about the physical barrier between the front and the back, I think a good designer will definitely ensure that there is a good circulation around the school facility. This is a must. And to be honest with you, maybe you don't have enough connectivity within the facility. So I'm just like wondering why this is not a top-notch priority, because this affects all of us.
So one of the issues with having that be a thoroughfare in the southeast corner of the building off of the cafeteria does not have space without disrupting things that are there in order to have cars go both north and south and it should have traffic going both ways. In fact, it doesn't even fit a bus, which is one of the concerns we have with allowing tennis courts up there, but not having access from Highview, is we would not be able to get competition students in proximity to those courts. So there would have to be some additional adjustments done to the back in order to have that be a thoroughfare to allow traffic to pass in form of 2 lanes.
There is a little bit road, going up.
Again, we're not debating the experts that we have who have measured that out and said 2 cars cannot pass there.
Yeah, managing a safe drop-off and pickup is a top priority of every school in the district, and frankly, every school in every district. And that 15 minutes at the start of the day and the end of the day is hectic no matter what school you go to in any community. Certainly the case when we're in communities that are dependent on vehicles, as Franklin is. So there's a high volume of vehicles and many, many buses that come through. But the district works on a daily basis to manage that, so it's a safe environment for parents, for students, for staff that are coming and going from the property. That does not change. We'll continue to do that, and if there are concerns, we'll continue to bring those up. And again, wide open to a line of communication ongoing around solving that if it in fact is as big of a concern as has been identified. But again, not the intent of the connection to Highview Drive.
As it was presented, that these 70 parking spots, like the Plan Commission, they recognize the need for emergency access from the back of the school area. So why can't we have those? And the compromise we kind of reached last time with the 150 foot, that will save the 10 tennis courts. In fact, you could have 12 if you wish. Why can't those 70 vehicles, the employees, why can't they just leave from the front, toward 51st like everyone else?
So I think Mr. Cromie already answered that. There's not direct access to have cars passing in that back corner. So asking to go around to park to the back of the school and come around the south side of the building isn't going to be safe or relatively feasible for vehicles coming around that way. And then you're going to add practice and you're going to add tennis teams, which we've already talked about. The buses are not going to be able to make that corner. It's not going to be accessible if it's only emergency vehicles. And as far as your comment on, you could maybe even have 12 tennis courts. 10 is what we've said. The mayor even said at Planning Commission is necessary. It is what's needed for Division 1. When we've looked at what that means, I know we're starting to dip a bit into the easement. I think we're on conditional use right now.
We are.
But what that means is, right, we had to shift that. We had to shift those courts. So to get 10, you can fit 11 because of how they're configured, but we're losing 20 parking spots to access to those tennis courts and to the practice. Well, there won't be a practice field where it currently sits. So yes, it can appear like there's one additional court, 11, but there's a loss of parking spots that also goes with that.
So to understand that correctly, so the buses, when they bring the kids for the competition, so they have to use, according to what you're proposing, through Highview?
They would have an access code through the gate at Highview. just past the hammerhead that we're putting in by the city's request to be able to turn plows around and things.
So if we want to summarize it, there'll be the 70 spots will be used by the staff during the day, and probably by the buses in the evening, or how does it go? Does the competition happen during the school time?
Competition's mostly after school, outside
After
of school
school.
hours.
So after the 70 teachers go home, then the buses could use those parking.
It's not an even exchange. You don't have staff walking out right as the school day ends, but you do have kids entering tennis or practice right as the school day ends or getting into matches.
They would be utilizing the tennis court parking lot, not necessarily the 70 spots located in proximity for teachers.
And we talked a bit about at planning commission, if what you're alluding to is to have the buses and the teams park right behind the school and not have parking in the southeast corner. We talked about traversing that hill and the incline there and what that would look like, especially for people that maybe aren't as able to move around physically well.
I just like, I would yield very soon, but I just like when I mentioned there is lots of mentioning and the rhetoric about, there's a referendum approved by thousands of people or 55% of the voters. I just want to clarify, the referendum did not ask the voters if they approve the destruction of the conservancy. The referendum doesn't say, do you approve like a school will open and exit in the backyard of, your homes or the backyard of a residential neighborhood. The referendum doesn't ask many of those specific questions, destruction of the wetland, the woodland, all these environmental issues. Had you asked the voters these questions, I'll be extremely surprised if people will vote yes to all of that. So people voted in support of the school and left the hard work of doing the planning and the construction and doing the right thing for the district to you guys. And there is heavy responsibility will sit on your shoulder as you're making decision. We come and go, but you know what you're doing here is going to stay with the community for years to come. And I strongly, brotherly advice is to think of the long-term impact on the neighborhood, on the community, and on the school community as well. And, it's up to you at the end of the day. I yield.
Alderwoman Day, then Alderwoman Eichmann, then Alderman Craig.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back in time a little bit to a week and a half ago. I stated that back in the day, many, many days ago, my high school was also landlocked. And for me, it was softball. It wasn't tennis courts, but our softball diamonds were about 10 miles away. So to whoever made the point earlier about reduced education time, you betcha. We had to leave earlier because we had to get our stuff, get on a bus or get in our cars and drive all the way over there. So we were leaving school earlier than other people would leave school. And it was awful. And for the gym question about now we're going to have a field house that has 5 gyms. I was at a school that had 1.5 gyms at best. And there were nights where I would practice basketball from 9 to 10:30 at night. There were days I didn't really see my parents because I would go to school when they were already at work. They would be in bed by the time I got home. So I understand the predicament for athletics that the school is in. And I also would like to say elections have consequences. The referendum did pass, and there are certain things within that referendum that do have to happen because they were voted on by the majority of the public in Franklin that are represented by the Franklin School District. So there are changes that are going to happen, and we may not always like the consequences that elections have. That's why we have elections, because you can always make changes at the next round. With that being said, the referendum does not supersede city ordinances and city policies that we have to abide by. And Dr. Beer was absolutely right in her comments this evening, where she said that she's asking us to take politics and emotion out of this and review this project as any other development. And I believe that I have done that. There are documents that are given to any developer that asks for a conditional use, that asks for a natural resource special exception, and there are questions that the applicant must answer. And so that's what I'm focusing on this evening, taking the politics out, taking the emotion out. I'm looking at specific questions that were asked that I still have concerns about. And the first one for the conditional use is obviously the high view access. It was my motion that was voted on to have the access be emergency use only. And I stand by that. And I'm going to get into that because you mentioned 70 teachers. Okay, I get that, 70 in, 70 out every day. What about the construction traffic? Are they going to come in through the back?
That would be the plan, to use that as a laydown
Okay, so
area, right?
how many construction workers is that?
So before the 70 staff, probably about the same,
Okay.
give or take, depending on what project's going on, but that would not be staff at that time.
Okay,
The
so
staff would get
so those construction workers would have the access to come in through that road if the road was allowed as you're proposing tonight?
Correct. That space is being developed for tennis and practice fields. But if we don't develop it in the first phase and we wait to do it to the end, it can be a safe place for construction laydown. It's not being taken down for construction. That is definitely not the purpose of it. It's becoming a safe spot because it's away from where the vast majority, other than 70 staff members in the end, where everybody else gets access to the school.
Right.
So at the beginning end, it will be construction and their access approximately the same amount as what staff will be at the completion of the
Yeah,
project.
I'm trying to get an idea of like the traffic from the start of the process to the end.
Yeah,
So
understood.
You've got
Hopefully that
about
helps.
the same number of construction workers coming in and out as would be faculty coming in and out if they were approved access to that point. I think everybody's in agreement that you build the road for emergency vehicles, 100% yes. I don't think there's anybody that's that is against that idea. So you mentioned the bus piece. I'm looking at, the current Google map piece of it, and I understand what you're saying about the buses that are coming in for the tournaments, that turn might be too tight for them to come up along the south side of the building and loop around the back there. I can understand what you're saying. And I could be inclined to say that buses get access that way as well. I'm still not quite understanding why cars cannot do it. I understand that currently right now, it's not built to do that, but they're going to be under massive construction soon. So I'm not quite understanding why the cars couldn't take that same path. If they come in, and we don't have the visual up here, but if you have this, looking at the school bird's eye view in your head, if you're coming in on 51st, because I appreciate what you said, Mr. Crumley, we don't want crisscross crash in that parking lot. So if you're coming in along 51st, there is that one entrance point, not the stoplight intersection.
Right turn only.
Driveway that loops around, and you stay on that south side of the parking lot, and to loop around to what could perceivably be a staff parking lot or a parking lot for the tennis courts. And that lets people in and the reason I'm getting to this point about access coming in from that side of the building is, am I correct that the public would be able to use these tennis courts when the school is not using them?
Correct.
Okay, so if it's locked for access from the back and there's a gate in the front that is right now, how do they get there? So are you saying the public can't use it?
No, the public can just
So
explain a little
how
bit where they
would they
would
get
park
there?
and the options, whether they're parking right now in front of the school. I don't want to take words out of your mouth, but I know how I would answer that. And then go ahead.
I was just going to start with the back portion. So around where, that's the cafeteria located in the southeast. So that cannot fit a car going to the tennis courts and a car leaving the tennis courts. So we would be faced with potentially two cars sitting face to face. So if we think a tennis meet, cars are coming and leaving depending on when their students are playing. So we could be faced with just stacks of cars facing each other and trying to figure out how to get to the tennis courts and how to leave. So that's one component. The second component in terms of, yes, there's should be public use of those tennis courts, just like any other field that we have or any other court. When we're not using it, those are times where people should be using those spaces. So one of the potentials is the gate is open on the weekends and people come play tennis.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'm just saying what the options are.
Yeah, I don't like that.
If the gate is fully down, then people will be parking on the street because that is the closest access point. Whether that's a service road, whether that has a gate on it, or whether it be fully open, people would be parking in the neighborhood to use those tennis courts. So I mean, that's a fact. So we're not going to provide a public code for everybody, so that would be useless. Why have a gate there? So the alternative is people would be parking in the neighborhood because that is the closest walking point to the court.
And I think I'm sorry to interrupt,
go ahead.
what was heard in Plan Commission was the outward concern about a lack of control of potential students moving around from one side of the building to the other, maybe parents disregarding and cutting down in any ways and coming out. So I think the intent of the gate and the control of the gate was to manage all of the concern of the lack of control that's there. Whatever's best for how best to manage that. I think the intent all along is the tennis courts were going to be available to the public. That was a part of setting a duration into the evening beyond when the school would need to use it. We've heard quite a bit from the community in support of having access to those. And I think by all means, we would work closely with the city to try to figure out how best to support getting appropriate access to those tennis courts and managing any traffic that might, be accompanied with that.
I guess I would just ask, is there significant traffic issues at Framing Park, at Pleasant View, at Lions Legend in relation to using the pickleball courts? That would be similar access to the pickleball courts or tennis, because they will be striped for pickleball or tennis at the high school. So if we're not having significant issues there, I can't imagine we would have significant public issues there utilizing the same thing. I realize those aren't accessed through a neighborhood, but again, we're not talking about a significant amount of cars who are using those. I walk in Framing Pike quite often and rarely ever see people using the pickleball courts or massive amounts of traffic there outside of the beer garden.
Yeah, well, my question there was more about access than the number of cars, because we were talking about, there's a lot of people throwing the word equity around pretty freely tonight. So for equity's sake, for the public to use it, if they're gated on all sides and they're having to hike and walk, which you said couldn't possibly happen for patrons of a tennis meet, why is that acceptable for the taxpayers of Franklin to have to walk further than residents of Greendale, Greenfield, Menominee Falls, whoever comes to play us in tennis? But then if we go forward, let's fast forward all the way to tennis season. Do boys and girls play at the same time, or is one fall, one spring?
Different seasons.
One fall, one spring. Okay, so we've got 70 teachers to and from each day. And in the fall, we're going to say boys, right? Spring is girls, unless it flipped from when I was.
The teams are approximately the same size.
All right, so yeah, but okay, so we'll for sake of argument, we'll say boys tennis is in the fall, girls tennis is in the spring. So boys tennis rolls around the fall. You've got however many home tennis meets and traffic in and out for the players' families, the players, the opponents, their families, and then a little lull in the winter, and then spring it starts up again. So it's 70 plus all of this. So it is a lot, and I understand some of the argument that you're making about, how many people come to some of these other courts. Well, they're not in a neighborhood right now. The argument about this is like how the courthouse works downtown. Well, that's downtown. That's also not in a neighborhood. It's a little bit apples and oranges. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand the predicament you're in, because you have a very tiny postage stamp that you're trying to do a lot of things. And I'm not saying any of the things you're doing are bad or less worthy than any other piece of the project. But to me, when I look at this and I go back to the document, the general standards for conditional use, number 5, adequate circulation. The proposed use and development will not cause undue traffic congestion nor draw significant amounts of traffic through residential streets. You could argue a narrow 2-lane road is not really designed for that increase in traffic, because on top of that, you're also going to have, as was mentioned, people coming through there and dropping their kids off, because that's going to be another access point. So it is, in my opinion, and I'm one person, but in my opinion, it does not meet that criteria. And that's the point that I've been stuck on the entire time. And
May I add one component to that?
Go ahead.
47th Street is 40 feet wide, designed for parking and traffic happening all at the same time. It is designed actually to have more traffic than the typical subdivision. If this were my subdivision, where 2 cars park on one side of the road, you can not get the fire department down, like that would be a problem. That is not, 47th is designed to have some additional traffic. I'm not promoting tons of traffic happening on it, but it is designed to handle more than the typical 2-lane road because it is 40 feet wide.
And I believe that you're all completely genuine in what you're saying and what you're proposing. I'm not one of those people that thinks you're trying to be a shyster, you're trying to do bait and switch. I don't believe that at all. I just, in having seen things for the last 12 years that I've lived here and living as close to the high school as I do, I have seen things develop, and I feel like this is something that could get out of control very quickly to nothing that you can do to control it. And with that, I'll yield on this because my other comments are for the NRSC, but that's where I stand on that one. Thank you.
Can I just make one comment to that too? I think with the emergency access idea that came up, the reality is people are going to find a place to park. So that's what we struggled with leaving Planning Commission was we agree everybody understands the need for emergency vehicle access, but if the courts are there, people are going to find a way and they're going to park on the roads on 47th and they're going to park down adjacent roads or on Forest Hill, no matter how much we communicate it, no matter how much the city police, help us in that. So I think there is the tricky balance, which I appreciate that you're recognizing that the gate's there and was going to be in the bottom spot to avoid people trying to zip through there or the unsafe corner that creates where you can't really get passing traffic. That didn't seem to be quite enough. So to really go through what are the things we could do, well, we can put that control gate at the top. We can give access codes, but then you are faced with what does that look like for the community? Because we have stood behind the court should be accessible to the community when they're not used for a school-sponsored event within the hours, which we agree on for the lights in that space. So that is the challenge. It's not wrong, but if the gate's down and locked too, I think we're still going to get some parking on 47th, and we can continue to communicate that that's not acceptable and work with the police, but there will be challenges either way.
So one thing or two things I want to add to Alderwoman. So when I mentioned the courthouse on 10th Street, the 10th Street parking arrangement, how that goes in and out, that was simply to say, look, here's an example of what that would look like. I fully realize that it's not in a residential neighborhood. Absolutely do that, recognize it 100%. But it's a very successful way in which to do that. Another point before we go to Alderwoman Eichman would be the bottom line is how this is working as far as if you want to use the courts, park in the lot and walk around the building from the south. I mean, this is not, it's 100 yards to walk. That's it. this isn't just park 4 feet and get out and do it. This is a reality of how this works. So I just want to make sure that everybody's realizing that, and if it's something, I definitely would not be giving out that code willy-nilly. This is how other schools that are controlling in and out put a staff member there when the buses come in, they hit the button, the gate goes up, and that's it, and that's how it's handled with it. The gates stay up during the meets, and then they go back down. It's all easily controlled by the school. This is not rocket science.
Can I just add one? We would certainly be open to moving that gate just past the tennis court parking lot entrance so that it is open to the public and the buses can bring their tennis teams there and patrons can come to watch the tennis and still have the entire controlled access to the site. So it'd simply be locating the gate. I'm going to say 50 feet, but I don't know exactly how many feet it is, just past the upper tennis court entrance. So you'd still have controlled access down to the lower part by the school, which still accounts for the school day, but does provide that public access to the parking lot for weekends and nights when it's not being used in summertime. So again, a potential alternative to that location of the gate.
Location of the gate, but talking with the neighbors, the only support was if it's a real strict way to get in and out of there before we get into all the water and other things that we need to talk about. So it's Alderman Eichman, Alderman Craig, Alderman Pecorelli.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I'm going to echo what you had just mentioned about somebody standing outside the gate when there's a tennis tournament. I can't see, for example, if Greendale comes here for a tennis tournament, giving the bus driver a code to get through the gate, and then this code's going to get in the hands of others. Next thing you know, students have it. I'm not a fan. I am a fan of having that access for emergencies. Heaven forbid if something were to happen at our high school, that's a very needed access without a doubt. With that being said, having a gate with a code, if there is a crisis, an emergency, even if an ambulance is needed for a student, we can't expect the fire department, obviously, to sit there and enter a code. We'd have to have some type of breakaway gate that's used for emergency vehicles in other areas.
It's usually either breakaway gate or they have an override a button.
They have an override button, no breakaway.
Can control that.
Expensive.
I do respect and understand the need for the tennis courts. Franklin's a growing community. We're a D1 school. That has changed a lot throughout the years. The extra practice field, I don't know if this has been mentioned very much, but right now, to my understanding, at Franklin High School, with the population of students that we have, 5 to 6 gym classes are held at one time. The gym at Franklin High School is not large enough for that. So also to my understanding that students are having gym class held in the hallways at Franklin High School. With this extra practice field during the spring and summer, during the spring months and fall months, this extra practice field can also be utilized for the gym classes that are going on. Also, this $145 million referendum was in place, let's everyone remember, versus a $265 million brand new Franklin High School, which would definitely, of course, increase the tax rate for everyone. I feel that the district has worked well in trying to expand Franklin High School. Franklin High School now is not the same high school that the mayor attended, myself attended, and Alderman Pecorelli attended. I had 178 students in my class back in 1991. That has over doubled from that time. We're a growing community. Franklin is a desirable area to live. We're blessed that people want to move to Franklin and raise their families here. People move to Franklin specifically for our schools, and that's something that I feel we should be proud of. So with the changes that all brings, the expansion is necessary and needed. And I feel to provide students with the tennis courts is a need and a must, and to be able to host tournaments. I mean, a city of our size, and we're sending our students to the village of Greendale to rent out the Village of Greendale Club for tennis, that just doesn't sit right. And we're paying money to them as well. That money should stay within our community. As far as the access point down Drexel that Alderman Bill had mentioned, is it true, to my understanding, that the Franklin Fire Department highly advised against that as well?
Correct.
Okay, and what would that cost the taxpayers to do that extra access point?
Our experts look at over $2 million.
If you could get the permits.
If I
If we can get the permits, Point of Beginnings made it quite clear that they don't, as their quote would be, they don't see a world where we get the permits. There's more agencies we'd have to go through in that area also because of that.
Right. As elected officials, unfortunately, we have to make difficult decisions. While I respect and have listened to the concerns of the neighbors on 47th and Highview. With that being said, I do ask if construction vehicles are going to be going through those residential streets, that's going to be putting a little bit of a burden on our DPW. So I would like to look at something in the future where some of those DPW costs could maybe be incorporated and absorbed by the school district, because I would want to keep those streets as clean as possible. That's the minimum that we could do for the residents living there.
Yep, respect that. We've had a number of dialogues with city staff about management during construction and then tracking any impacts to those roads that the construction traffic may cause as a burden, not to be shifted to the city. So it's been an open dialogue, and the district's been doing its due diligence and planning for that, documenting existing conditions as they are today in preparation for the construction that's forthcoming.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I'll yield for now.
And to your point, are you stating, because I think it makes sense to get that out there, that's not only, because that's, South 47th Street's a wonderful road. It's not only wide, but it's great. I mean, when I met with the neighbors there, there's no cracks, it's in wonderful shape, so it is imperative that that road be kept.
No cracks.
Hey, I didn't fall in a ditch like I did, Bob. That's because you're a UPS driver. UPS trucks were at fault of that, Bob. Bob's a retiree from UPS, that's why I can say that. So, but as far as whatever that condition is, doesn't worsen it, to your point. Okay, Alderman Craig, then Alderman Pecorelli. And back to Alderman
Just,
Salus.
I want to correct something was said.
Well, yes, but we want to let those that haven't talked yet.
Thank you. A couple of things, and I just want to have clarification. I will have much more to talk about in the next item regarding the natural resource special exception. But when it comes to this drive, or the road on with Highview Drive, what does the enforcement look like? Because high school kids are going to high school kid, right? And what does that look like when someone decides that, well, maybe I can get around, maybe I can try it, and someone decides to kind of press their luck? What does the enforcement look like to discourage that sort of behavior?
Absolutely. So we've talked about, we'll thoroughly communicate out the expectations of what that gated area is for. If we get an opportunity where a student maybe doesn't make the best decision, they do get a parking pass that they pay for, and those can be revoked. That's in our student family handbook, and it's definitely something we would enforce if we saw that a student was trying to find a way around it, or just not following the expectations that are there. Obviously, if we're talking gate and they're trying to go around the gate, there could be damage to property, so that can be working with the Franklin Police. But we'd obviously communicate on the front end and be proactive, talk with the students when something's gone wrong. If that's to happen, and that parking pass can be revoked, which is pretty highly regarded, and students don't want to see that being taken away, nor families.
My other question then, having worked with schools that are also landlocked and having a lot of residential, Hales Corners Elementary is surrounded by residential, and the pickup drop-off is a disaster. And you've mentioned that that 15 minutes pre and post school day they're a challenge. So if the back end is only going to be for that 70 teachers and any sort of tennis teams and such like that, what sort of kind of roadblocks are we going to have to discourage a family saying, you know what, I'm not putting up with 51st Street. Go out the back. I'll be sitting over here. Just walk down the access point. One of the things that is mentioned in here is the discouragement of people parking within that residential neighborhood. We don't have that on Godsell and 115th to 112th in Hales Corners. How are you going to kind of discourage that from being a practice around the high school?
Yeah, and I'll start. So I think that's already started. So I believe there are no parking requirements along both roads currently as they sit today. So that must be and have been an ongoing focus.
Oh boy.
There are signs that indicate during certain periods of time during the Franklin High School hours that control is in place. The district, I think, has communicated that by all means, anything outside of the school property, it doesn't have jurisdiction over management of. It can't enforce anything there, but has really strong working relationships with all public safety, police and fire, work regularly with them on drop-off and pickup sequences throughout many neighborhoods as folks have concerns, whatever the district can do to help manage that or mitigate those challenges. They do that, and I think that would be certainly the case here if it became an issue, right, that is not foreseeable today or maybe more extensive than is potentially foreseeable today. The district would by all means work closely with the Franklin Police Department to see what they can do to help support managing that.
To what end would the SROs have any sort of input for those sorts of things, or would that be something that would just go to the police department writ large?
Usually we'll try to go through our SRO first if it's something that we can. If we saw that there were a lot of families breaking that pattern right off the bat, right, we might ask the Franklin Police if there's some other protocol or practices that we could put in place. But typically if we have a student that's not following it, we're going to try to work with our SRO to work with the student first.
Okay. And then for my edification, I am not as familiar with the layout of the building, much more tied to the Whitnall community. So if you ask me about that one, I can really lay out how that looks. But is there access points on the back of the building where, hey, I'm going to be late for first hour and I can kind of run in here and this is, I'll take the ticket or whatever. And
yeah, there's going to be doors on the back of the building. For safety, you have to have doors throughout the building for exit, but there's not a main entrance that's going to be unlocked that students can come and go out of on the east side of the building.
Our teacher access will be carded just like they are now, so they have to swipe in.
Or those
every time
70 in the
door.
back.
Okay. Thank you.
One thing, hearing the neighbors comment, maybe I believe that's something that needs to be looked at with the signage and the hours, because, the only way to change behavior is signage and citations. So, Riley?
So, first, so I live I live close to the middle school, and so if I try, and I'm on the main road, so in a subdivision, If I try to leave my driveway in the 15-minute window when parents are dropping off in the morning, and I'm not on Forest Hill, which is the main road going in, I'm on this division, right? I gotta back in because I will never be able to pull out. And same thing happens in the afternoon between the buses. Most of the buses actually go down there, and parents and everything. And if I count, it's less than 70 at some point. So I will say I'm a little concerned with the 70 leaving there, because if they all leave at that time, that's a lot that backs up in that one area, and you're trying to get out on Drexel, and Drexel is busy. It wasn't when it was under construction for a little bit, but it normally is busy. I commute on that regularly, and it's a busy road, and there's a lot of subdivision along there, and it takes a little while sometimes for people to get out. So I guess my concern on some of this is the access coming back out of there and coming in the morning. Coming in the morning is mostly just traffic. I don't mean just, but it's traffic coming in, but it's going to a destination, right? And you're turning right or left into there, so you might get some backup turning in that point. But it is adding a lot of traffic in a short period of time. So it sounds like, it's 70 cars, and if you spread that over an entire day, it's not a lot, but you're really condensing that into, in those small windows, and it does impact. And I'll be honest, I knew when I moved that was there, and so I deal with it, right? And but that's not the case with this. We're kind of adding in a lot of traffic in there. So I have concerns around. I get that we need it for emergency access. Totally understand that. A lot of my concern revolves around there's no other way to lay this out to get the traffic to flow, around. So you got on the south end of the building. It's very narrow in there, and there's no way to widen that. To me, this is I started looking at this as we're trying to fit a lot of stuff in 71 acres, right? It's about the footprint of the Franklin High School. About correct?
You can pull that up. I don't have that off.
Yeah, I don't
I don't have the whole property off.
I think I read 71 if I'm wrong. It's in the 70s, I think. So there's a lot that's trying to get done here. There's a lot of wetland and other things that are in here, right? And you're trying to work around all that, and I appreciate all that. And I did go there, and I understand a lot of the details with it, but my concern around that access point is that it's going to get used for other purposes, and over time, it's going to change, right? We see this all the time with other things. So I get that on the front end, we're thinking it's just going to be for this point, but I do see this as you're going to add a lot of traffic in and out, and we don't have a lot of stuff well defined yet on this. So it really makes me concerned as to how we're going to handle that.
Well, a couple quick responses. So one, in respect to quantity of staff leaving at the same time, they do not all leave all at the same time, right? So that it's spread out. Assumption is that everybody is dependent on Drexel to get home. Not necessarily the case. We have a number of community members that are teachers and staff that, in fact, could take a right instead of a left and have other means of, traversing there. So I think acknowledging that that means of accessing those multiple paths, I think, is a part of that assumption. Certainly as well. What was your second point? I'm sorry, Andrew.
Well, is there another route that could get you around the building? I mean, I get how everything's laid out right now, but is there another path?
Yeah, kind of with the way the plan's laid out, there's really not, because where we're building off the north side of the school, it's going to butt up to where the football field is. So to try to build a road between that area isn't going to happen. The Drexel one, you've kind of seen explored, right? The disrupting that would take place from that, and that's not connecting to our larger parking lot, which is on the west side, and which will remain on the west side. Like you said, it's a tight space, so that's where it's going to be. So we've looked at it. It's a challenging piece to look at. I would say I would add to what Mr. Hacker said is that a little difference in your neighborhood is it's a lot of parents that are waiting for kids or kids coming out. With staff, it's going to be more direct in and out. Right in the morning, maybe that's more of a stream over a 15-minute period of time of 70 cars. At the end of the day, That's probably going to vary over an hour and a half's worth of time. As some staff leave right away, maybe they have kids to pick up, some staff are working there later. It's kind of the same in the morning. So I think that would look a little different, obviously having experienced the impact of Forest Park on the neighborhood too, and the difference here on who's using that space.
And then I think it got mentioned a couple different times. It's in here as well. So the district has 220 acres, right, in a location. I think it got mentioned in the packet here. It was looked at for a second high school. Was that site looked at as a primary, the single high school location, considering it's 220 acres instead of those 70 some?
Yes, the first thing we considered was essentially eliminating Franklin High School as it exists today and relocating a brand new high school there. Again, that's about $265 million. We know Arrowhead went through the referendum at 261 to consolidate to a single high school. So very similar process. But yes, that was the original look at. It was actually one of the original things we talked with community about, and that $265 million price tag was not tolerated by almost anybody.
Yep. So I guess the other thing I would then say is, like anything, if you're dollar constrained, there are sometimes you have to give up on or compromise on or things like that. And so I get what we're trying to get to. I'm very supportive of a lot of the effort that's going into the school. I have a lot of concerns around having more than that access being for emergency vehicles. There's got to be a way to somehow get access a different way over to that, so you can connect that back into the rest of the, we'll call it the internal traffic that's on the site.
Yeah, I would say what we looked at a lot too is why did the city have the foresight to end that road at Highview right at the school property line? Right, there was some looking to the future to think about how we're going to get additional access to the school. And I think we've tried to work at how do we minimize that amount but still utilize that space. And that's where it's at. And there are price constraints. This is built within the referendum dollars that we currently have to do this and within the ask. We did ask about tennis courts and about athletic facilities, and that's part of shifting a practice field also to that space.
So one last question. So you said to get in the building, teachers have access and they can get in. Do they have like badge?
Key fobs, right?
The badge,
Carry
right?
this and swipe this at the door.
Yeah, so is an option to use those to get into that parking as opposed to keypad?
This is what we would expect teachers to
That's
use.
what we were expecting to use to get in there, so not really a keypad, more of a scan badge to get in there.
Right.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I referenced, like, we would be open to moving that gate to allow the public access to the tennis court parking, so they could still do that. But that gate immediately after that entrance where teachers would swipe in and out, and then the only people we'd have to worry about are teachers.
Yep.
With the same swipe card they have today.
Okay. And that, I think, then addresses like other people somehow getting a code or anything like that. They'd have to actually get a badge, essentially.
And those are individually programmed.
Correct.
So it wouldn't be all high school staff. It could be the 70 that are assigned those spots in the back.
Yep. And then if someone leaves or anything like that, those are instantly, you can
Yeah, we shut
turn
those
them
off.
and
Yep.
they're no longer valid anymore. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Adios.
All right, Alderman Salus and Alderwoman Day.
Just I want to correct something that has been said. The question was the position of the fire department regarding Drexel exit. I just want to let everyone know that I did make the effort to go visit with the fire department, and I met with the fire chief. And all he is about, he said, I do not want the exit to be right next to the fire station because the fire engine shoot out a little bit fast when they come. But he said if the exit a little bit to the west, like, a couple 100 feet, that give the students who are exiting the school a chance to see there is a fire truck, just to recognize that there is something going on. So the idea that what was said that the fire chief was against it is not accurate. He is in support of that as long as it's not right next to his fire station. And just like one quick comment about the circulation, I tell you, it's very important when you have a site with that caliber to have a good circulation around the facility. That's add to the strength of your design. In case of emergency, in case of that you need multiple, vehicles, emergency vehicles access the site. Having a good circulation on a site like this is a must in my view. And I don't see it impossible. It's a minor tweak to the plan. It's possible, but if you guys say it's written in stone, it is written in stone. It's yours. It's on you. Thank you. I yield.
Alderwoman Day.
Sorry, can I
Go
just
ahead.
address the fire department one?
Absolutely.
So, we had those conversations with the fire department as well, and there would be concerns about moving it too far west, as the roundabout is right there. At our meeting in the last week and a half, it was talked about making a right turn only onto Drexel and allowing full access to our parking lot, but if right turn access, we would have cars circling right back around up 47 to go west, right? Is that our school district boundary is approximately 35th Street, and there's a couple of jagged locations in there, but most of our cars are coming from the west, as that's where the most of the population is, so they would just be circling around. So in that conversation, while logically that potentially makes sense to make a right turn only into Drexel, we know what the impact would be on the surrounding areas, and we're not interested in adding to that concern either. So from that standpoint was another reason to the roundabout and a right turn only to say no to both of those options, or just the proximity to the roundabout.
Just to the fairness, it's difficult to predict where the car. Some right turn only is a good call, and we cannot assume that every single car exit out of Drexel Avenue is going to go to 47th Street. Traffic will dissipate in so many ways. We cannot just put a target on it at everyone exiting from. I assume everyone living east of that 51st Street. Maybe 20% of the cars, will end up taking that route, but 20% of the car, that would reduce the traffic, crisis to a large degree. Someone might decide to take that right turn and go do some other errands around there, just to get out of the school as quick as possible. So we cannot assume that it is going to create a 47th Street crisis. That is not accurate. I yield.
Any response before we go to Alderwoman Day? Okay, Alderwoman Day, then Alderwoman Eichmann.
Thanks. Just two quick things. Well, three actually. I want to clear up the notion that that anybody, whether it's the neighbors who have concerns, or I believe from what I've heard, my fellow council members up here, I don't think anybody is against the tennis courts coming. I think everybody understands why those need to be there, and the value that they provide to the students in the community. The one thing I did want to talk about, and I understand completely that 47th Street is not school property, so you can't control what people are doing on that road. But I would caution the thought of trying to increase, there has to be a better way rather than creating larger parking restrictions. Because at first, when I was reading this over, I thought, yeah, let's just make, again, I mentioned my high school is landlocked. We didn't even have a parking lot. We had to park on the street. So you were parking. I mean, I feel like I lived in the middle of nowhere, but we were parking, 5, 6, 7 blocks away on the street. And there was weird alternate street parking but to create more parking restrictions for those residents is also, again, unduly burdening them. Someone wiser than me pointed that out when I was trying to make that argument. So, adding additional no parking more than what's already there is, also burdening those residents that they can't park in front of their house during the day, or they can't have people visit them during the day. So that isn't necessarily the best answer either. The one question that I still had, and I don't think I ever asked it, and I don't remember the answer if it was asked by somebody else. What is the reasoning for the 70 teacher spots back there? Because right now, those 70 teachers are just parking or faculty, sorry, and I know that they're not all teachers, the 70 faculty spots in the back. I'm assuming that these are not 70 new positions to the district, unless you're flush with cash that we don't know about. But So where are they parking now, and why is this particular strip over here on this corner of the building? What is the purpose behind that? Why did they have to go there?
Yeah, any additional parking we can add is going to be advantageous because we do know that enrollment's going to grow over the next 10 plus years at the high school. So this gives us probably one of our few options left yet to add some parking to it.
So long-term, the thought is that the creation of the faculty parking in the back would then give you more space for student parking permits up front if your enrollment grows?
Right. Or staff too, because if enrollment grows, right, we're probably going to have some staff growing.
Okay. But if you didn't have, you're not adding staff, so like this is just additional parking to what you have now. So it's like if there wasn't this 70 parking spaces,
They would just park in front.
they would just park where
Yep.
they parked before.
Same amount of people today as will be tomorrow.
Thank you. And I apologize for not asking that several meetings ago. It just occurred to me during tonight's discussion. That's it. Thank you.
Alderman Eichen.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of points I wanted to make is we're all familiar with Robinwood Schools. It's in my district. That's in the middle of a residential area. I was not an elected official, of course, but I did attend the original Ben Franklin. When the new Ben Franklin was built, that was built in the middle of a residential subdivision. I know that caused some controversy back in the day. I do recall that. That has worked out fine, as well as Southwood Glen. I mean, but really take a look at Ben Franklin in my district. It's literally in the middle of a subdivision. And there's not been many issues as far as the access. I can't even tell you last time I've received a neighbor complaint from over in that area about cars. In the past, I have, most definitely. But in the past year or so, I have not at all. I also wanted to remind everyone that it was this body up here, the Common Council, along with the recommendation of the Parks Commission, that decided to turn all of our all of our tennis courts into pickleball courts, really limiting access for anyone to play tennis in our city, from students to residents. And that was highly pushed by the Parks Commission. And I also agree with the fact that the signage would need to be placed, whether it's worded, no student or staff parking, no student and staff parking, or somewhat, but we would need to definitely have signage up there for the neighbors, most definitely. So just wanted to make a couple of those points, and I will yield. Thank you.
Mr. Beccarelli?
Also living over by Ben Franklin. I'll just comment that more recently, I would say the traffic pattern for pickup and drop off changed, and I think that's made that a lot better over there. Prior to that, for pickup, cars were parked pretty much through a good chunk of the subdivision and made for a little bit of an interesting, especially it crossed a walking path for kids, and that caused a lot of problems. So that was addressed. It was changed. So yes, earlier it was kind of a little bit of a traffic mess for pickup, but like I think 2 years ago, the traffic pattern was all changed, and it made a big difference. And it is in the middle of a residential neighborhood, so
Correct.
I thought I'd clarify that. And so going back to, if that is only emergency access, and that's the only way to the other side of that parking lot, and there's no other way into that parking lot, that effectively makes that park, what happens with the parking lot then?
People will find a place to park to get to the parking lot. I think that's the fear of it. I think that's when we talk about 47th. You know, we can advise people to park on the east side of the school, but we're going to still need parking there. And you're either going to risk safety with people trying to come around the building where it's not wide enough for 2 cars to pass. You're going to hope people park on the east and walk there, but I think the reality is people are going to park as close as they can to get there, and that could be 47th or Forest Hill or other roads adjacent.
All right. There you go.
Mr. Craig?
Just something that kind of popped up when Mr. Cromie talking about the possibility of displacing that gate and that access point further up the drive and allowing for public access to the tennis court parking lot then. Would that then make for an incentive structure for if I'm a senior and this is my last year and I'm gone, I'm out of Franklin as soon as I graduate, where seniors, come on, they don't know that.
The answer is we'd work with the SRO, like pull the parking pass, work with the SRO. Like there would be consequences outside of us.
Okay, so that would be something that lot would be heavily scrutinized.
That lot should be empty during the day unless there is a tennis match that's happening during the day, some conference meet or something that's happening. But otherwise, that lot should be empty.
So, and when we talk about public access, if it's something during the school day, that is not something that anyone would be able to gain access to.
Correct.
It would only be post-school hours and non-district sponsored events and/or practice, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, trying to bring this all home. Now, there's item number 1 and number 2 are part of the motion. Now, if the motion as it stands, or there can be a variation, I think everybody is good with number 2, the way it is set, but perhaps there is an opportunity to amend number 1 to make it more, now we know that there's restrictions and there's more governed, if there's an alderman that is willing to, is there something other than what it sits there? Alderman Salus, this is your district. Any thoughts on that?
Like you asking if there is any compromise on the Highview Street access? Because the way it's written down there, the restriction is there.
Yeah, well, right. Number 1 says only for emergency vehicles. Now that you've heard the discussion, you've heard the school's updated position, are you still with that number 1?
I didn't hear anything, My position would remain.
Okay. All right, so, Mr. City Attorney, can you hit the button, please, Kelly?
Mr. City Planner, looking at the draft resolution, those recommended conditions from the Plan Commission are not included in the draft resolution, correct?
Correct. They are noted in the action sheet.
So the motion on the action sheet would not include those.
Well, the motion will need to state that is including the conditions recommended by Plan Commission.
Would have to state that in addition to what's on the action sheet. And the draft resolution, item number 5, speaks in terms of tennis court lighting shall be shut off by 10 p.m. It doesn't mention this 8 p.m., etc.
Correct. Yeah, as I mentioned, the motion will say with the additional conditions recommended by Plan Commission. Yeah.
Alderwoman Day?
I'll try to make a motion. Speed things along. If it dies, it dies. All right, so this will be very similar to my motion from Plan Commission. Motion to adopt Resolution X, imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a conditional use for Franklin High School. As written on the council action sheet, that the conditional use is approving access to Highview Drive only for emergency vehicles, and the tennis court lighting shall be shut off by dusk or 8 p.m. with the exception of school-sponsored activities or tournaments.
That the motion?
That's my motion.
I second.
So we've got a first and a second. This will be a roll call, please.
Alderman Peccarelli?
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman?
No.
Alderman Hassan?
Aye.
Alderwoman Day?
Aye.
Alderman Salus?
Aye.
Alderman Craig?
No.
4 ayes, 2 noes. Motion carries. Moving forward to G2. Resolution to amend a conservation easement previously approved by resolution number 2013-0692 to modify easement boundaries upon property located at 8222 South 51st Street. Text key number 807-9999-001. Franklin Public Schools applicant. Mr. Martinez, you want to start us off?
Thank you. An introduction about the procedure. So the city's Unified Development Ordinance protects natural resources, woodlands, wetlands, and their buffers. and any impact to those resources will need the approval of a natural resource special exception. That's all up for Plan Commission decision, okay? And in addition to that, there is the conservation easement. Typically, if it's a vacant site, it goes the special exception first, and if that is approved, then typically as a condition of approval, it comes the conservation easement. In this case, it's different because the conservation easement already exists, okay? So the applicant requested the special exception that was presented to at the last Plan Commission meeting, and the Plan Commission approved the natural resource special exception with a caveat that anything within 150 feet from the southeast corner will need to be protected, okay? And what the applicant is requesting is to amend the existing conservation easement to allow for removal of the areas that are presenting in the natural resource protection plan. So the difference is that in the applicant's proposal is approximately 60 feet from the south and east property lines, while the approval from the Plan Commission is 150 feet. So basically, the applicant's proposal will impact more resources, more woodlands, wetlands, and their buffers. And what is being requested tonight is to amend the easement because only the council and the property owner are allowed to make an amendment to the easement. It says in perpetuity, but it may be amended by the council and the owner. If this is approved, is not approving the disturbance to the natural resources, that will need to go back to the Plan Commission to allow for that impact.
Well stated, Alderman. Oh, Mr. City Attorney, if you'd like to start.
So if it were approved, it still cannot be developed because of the 150-foot requirement imposed by the Plan Commission on the natural resource special exception, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So the plan, in order to go with the approval and develop, an amendment would have to be approved by the Plan Commission.
Correct, the special exception, yeah.
Alderman Solis. Oh.
I think, is there I just don't see a reason why we're discussing that. We have 150-foot easement reserved on the south and east end of the conservancy, and that's what we approved in the Plan Commission. So, I still make the same motion and go from there.
We're going to go with Mr. Martinez, then Alderwoman Eichman.
Yeah, just want to clarify that an amendment to a conservation easement shall be approved by the Common Council. And the special exception requires approval of the Plan Commission. That's why the easement amendment is presented to the council, because the Plan Commission cannot make an amendment to an easement.
So you
That's
don't make
one
a
difference.
recommendation.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the 150-foot recommendation? Is that the amendment that was suggested at the Plan Commission?
For the special exception. And this is the easement. I know that they're associated, but they're different process, and the approving authority is different. For the special exception is the Plan Commission, and for the easement is the Common Council.
Okay, Alderman Eichman.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just also going to explain that the Plan Commission is the recommending body to the Common Council, which is the final decision maker. With that being said, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to adopt the resolution to amend the conservation easement.
Okay, there's a first. Is there a second on this?
I'll second.
First and a second. Further discussion, Alderwoman Day?
Okay, I'm still confused on what I'm voting on. Okay, so rewind. Plan Commission had the natural resource special exception in front of it. Correct, yes. We vote, the vote that evening was to allow for a 150-foot buffer. Okay. What's before us this evening is a conservation easement of 60 feet. But I don't understand what the purpose of that is if the natural resource special exception is still in place with the 150-foot restriction. Explain to me how these two work together, because I don't really know what this does.
Right. So the council
Yes.
is the only city authority that can make an amendment to the easement. Okay. It's not the plan commission for the easement. So if this amendment is approved tonight, and that area is no longer protected under the conservation easement, that will change effect on the review of the special exception. I'm not saying that the plan commission may approve or may not approve the special exception, but the situation will change because that fact is different.
It's moving easier. So then I do have a question for the school district on that piece. So with the 60 feet, and it indicates in here in several instances and on the maps, it says that it varies. Can you tell me on property line whose easement would be the shortest and what that is versus whose is the biggest, and why it varies so much versus just having it static at a particular distance all the way around?
Yeah, so the variation is completely driven by grade. So this is the minimal impact to fit the programmatic pieces in and manage the grade along that edge, because there's grade change there. So that's why you see a varying of depth, if you will, to that edge, right? So it would be easy if it was all the same all the way around. That was the original proposal when, right, it was the 30 feet, which matches the UDO, was that it would be uniform throughout. The intent here was to come up with a strategy to accommodate, find the best balance, right? Accommodate the programmatic pieces that are imperative to the project and achieve some of the goals of maintaining the existing vegetation and maximizing that as much as possible, which I think is what's represented here. And the grade is really what's driving why it's deeper in some areas and a little bit, more shallow in others.
Does it sway wildly? Like is the easement on someone's property 15 feet and someone else's 80 feet?
No.
Or are we talking 61 feet and 59 feet or, even less than when you say varies can mean any number of
Yeah,
things.
I would estimate it's 45 to 75 feet. So it's always beyond the 30 feet, but never within that 30 feet. So we're always beyond the minimum.
And it can't always be beyond 60?
Can't always be beyond.
Meaning 60 would be the baseline.
We believe this represents what can be accomplished that we can promise to accomplish, right? Because we're trying to manage the grade, not affect the existing vegetation that's there as much as possible, right? Root structures and grade changes, we're going to do everything we can to manage that. And so I think this represents what we think is the closest management of expectations to maintain an average 60-foot. Yes, it's deeper in some areas, more shallow than others, in order to accomplish these programmatic pieces.
And then I guess my last question for the moment is. This would be a roll call. With the existing vegetation that would be within this easement, reading through the report on what is there overall in the whole area, it talks about a fair number of trees that are dead or dying, a fair number of invasive species that have popped up. And so the concern from my standpoint is with reducing these barriers to the minimum, and I don't know that 150 is the be-all, end-all, but continuously reducing them without understanding or knowing what's left in that 60 feet. If it's a bunch of dead trees, the root system isn't going to do anything, So I think, has that been looked at? Like when you plot this, I know you're saying that it's due to the grading, but is it also due to what is still left there? Because if you're leaving somebody, 60 feet of dead tree, not only does that not provide any sort of physical barrier, it doesn't help them at all with water runoff, because the tree in the root system is dead, and you just took all of the other existing root system out. So has that been looked at all, about what is existing within that varied 60 feet that is actually going to do the job of what you claim it is, as far as screening, sound, noise, light, sight points, water uptake?
Yeah, so the quick response to that is that this does not represent a quality response, right? The team has not gone through and identified every tree within what's proposed here as this is the thickness because of the quality of the tree vegetation that's there. That's not what's proposed. Again, it's driven by trying to manage programmatic components in the grading that's there. Not opposed to continuing to look at how best to manage what's remaining. But what we heard loud and clear from neighbors and from Plan Commission was clearing the entire area and just replanting new trees was far less favorable than trying to maintain as much of the existing as possible, which was the direct response, right? There was a lot of feedback about the high quality nature of that green space that's back there today. So the assumption was that we're going to try to keep as much of that high quality vegetation that's there today in place, which is what was proposed.
Right, and recognizing that, but I think their main purpose is the density that would allow for the sight and sound buffers, as well as the water uptake. I think those are their main concerns here with what's left behind. So I have a problem going forward with something that is reducing this without knowing what you're actually leaving behind. If you come in and just cut this all out, and it turns out what's left is a bunch of stuff that's not going to do anything, then it really didn't solve any of the concerns that the neighbors had. So like I said, I'm not stuck on the number, I'm stuck on the quality of what's there to help them not have a flooded basement, to not have unnecessary sound and light pollution. It's quality, it's not quantity. So I'm not stuck on a number, I'm stuck on the quality. And
Quality
I
and
don't.
quantity. So a couple of points to that. First, the lighting is taken care of by having more lighting poles at a lower level and the kind of lights that we're using, so that the light is not because there's trees blocking it. Another part of that, the sound, we're going to have some screening around those tennis courts. So that helps with the sound. Trees will also help with that. But it won't completely block out all sound, nor have we ever promised that. As far as the quality of trees, we have what trees are there. But to save the 60 feet of trees that exist and say they're really good trees and we want to save them, and then out of the other side say, those are not very good trees and now you left us with garbage, we can't control the 60 feet that are there. So we proposed two things, right? First was clear it and plant new, which wasn't heard to be wanted by neighbors, planning commission and things. So then we looked at what Mr. Hacker has explained, which is optimizing how much we can keep that is there now, taking note of where there's mature trees that we can potentially keep along that line, but also not losing focus that there's two things going on here, right? There are about 7 neighbors that are very vocal, and then there is property that we need to develop because our students need the tennis courts and the practice field. And one thing I want to say about that, I know we've gotten now onto we're okay with the tennis courts, but no practice field. If we build the tennis courts and we don't put a practice field there, we have just displaced the problem. We have lacrosse, football, band. There's a couple other programs, if I pull out my chart in here, that use the practice field, that will be lost. So when we do the math, we have 1+ station gym for Division I. Okay, same one that both of you played in, all 3 of you, and graduated from. Classes have almost tripled in that time. To get the size gym we need to build across that practice field. That is the only option left on the property. We've explored, we can't do a $265 million on the 220 acres. Okay, so that gets us to, now we're getting to right size for Division I. It's taking over that practice field. Band, lacrosse, football. If you remember another one, let me know. That field's gone. And we don't have a way to preserve that. We have to recreate it. If we don't recreate it and we just build tennis courts, then we have now put tennis here. They're not driving to Greendale. However, now lacrosse is driving somewhere else for a practice field, whether that's something we develop somewhere or we put money into another community to rent something. We'll have to look into what that means. Band, same thing, right? They're hauling their trailers of instruments and all of the design sets they make for their state award-winning program to a different site to practice. Football, because there are times football doesn't practice on the field because band gets an opportunity on the field. So then the football players and all of their equipment are going to be transported somewhere else. Again, where? We don't know, but we know what we can create here. So we understand it is not giving the 8 acres back. But we also understand that the 150 feet is very arbitrary. We walked away confused, so why 150 feet? And when I've had conversations with a few city people in the last few days, I asked who else has been asked to do that, if any other business in this community, and it's zero. We are offering double what the city requires in the UDO with the 30 feet. We're looking at the quality of trees. We're listening to the neighbors. Yes, they would like more. We understand. Hopefully, they're also listening to us that there's needs our students have for decades to come in a growing enrollment district. Top 10% in the state out of 421 districts. As Eichmann said it, people seek out our community for our schools. Plus, we're building in businesses. We know 900 jobs, it was just in the city newsletter, are coming in the next few years. So if we're not developing this space,
That's one company.
yeah, right. We have just displaced the problem. And potentially, it's not worth arguing, but where it was just tennis moving, and that's not a just, now it's, I know, you can crinkle your eyes. I don't mean it as a just, because I love our tennis program. Now we're asking lacrosse, we're asking band, we're asking football, a variety of programs with a variety of different equipment and field needs to find a place. That will be our problem to find that place and find that cost. So I think I appreciate that there's more backing of tennis now, but I don't want us to lose that it's really just displacing it. And the reason it's displaced, because we have a 1+ station gym, which is adequate for about a Division 5 school. We are a competitive Division 1 school with record amount of students that compete in our athletic and extra activities, and it increases our GPA, increases our community needs, right? So we have to build over that practice field. We have to replace the practice field. We've explored moving that practice field north by the fire department. As Nabil had said at Planning Commission, it would cause more issues, right? We have explored that. We haven't just said that. We have a remarkable amount of experts that have put a remarkable amount of time into looking what's on that land and where else can it be. We've even looked next to the retaining pond up front. There's not enough room. Why would you put tennis there? Why would you put a practice field there? There'd be water issues, a variety. We've looked at turfing the roof of the field house if we can't get a city that's going to support us putting a practice field on our property while also doubling the UDO requirement. That cost is beyond what we can afford within the referendum dollars. We are simply out of space that we can develop on the property. We feel like we've been more than fair to the neighbors. We understand everybody's not going to be happy. We are also balancing what 4,800 students in our district need, and that number is only growing, and how we can also support that for the community.
And I wish we had this that we could pull up on the monitor, because I'm going to point to this and nobody in the audience can see you. I'm only going to do it because you guys know your plans very well. But nobody in the audience can see what I'm pointing at. Nobody at home can hear what I'm pointing at. But I'm trying to understand the footprint that you have. So when you talk about the practice field that's being eliminated, it's because of the expansion of the field house. So it's the grassy area that was right here that's going away.
Correct.
Okay. So can you explain, because I don't understand what's happening up here. So you've got 2 practice fields up here, okay? Those are remaining, those are existing now, and they're remaining. So there's this one that looks like it is arbitrarily striped for like soccer, lacrosse, or something along those lines. This one over here is a similar size, but suddenly now on these renderings, it looks like it has the shot put in discus within it, as opposed to being over next to the track where it is before. Is it moving here permanently? Is this a second location for it? Because I'm confused about what's happening with this practice field. Because I'm thinking, and again, this is thinking down the road. I understand the constraints right now with the 1-station gym. Again, tiny school, lots of issues with tiny gyms. But in the future, you'll have the 5-station field house. So that piece kind of goes out the window. So I understand this space went away, but what's happening up here? Is this also going away as a practice field because it's going to be repurposed for track, or what is happening up here?
From a practice field standpoint, about 3/4 of that will remain. The only thing that really becomes unusable is the shot put area. So right now, our discus is actually thrown on the existing practice field where the new addition will go.
Okay.
We do not have discus down by the track. So we looked at an alternative that puts the discus down there. And while we can fit the actual discus part itself, we do not have a place for spectators, and we are literally located directly next to the long jump pit. So looking at like a 40-foot fence separating the long jump track right here, fence, so we could have discus down there. without really spectator viewing that goes along with it. So right now, as I mentioned, discus is thrown on that north field where the field house will go. So all sorts of practices are happening there. Even when track happens, they just work around the fence. So you have a shorter place to do whatever. So similar would happen up top. You do see the one field that is striped for soccer, so that's pretty common. We do have 2 soccer goals up there. I know they've played a JV match probably once a year or twice a year up there, but certainly practices are happening. And what will happen is we'll run half-field soccer, or they'll run half-field football on that one particular practice field. So we realize we are losing that as well, but at point we don't find a place where we can safely put discus and allow access to viewership.
Yeah, no, it just helps me understand where things are going and moving around on the map. So that is helpful. And then just the last point that I will say, because I'm still a little bit flummoxed with what we're doing tonight, but I will say that this is not, the environmental piece is not my bailiwick. I rely on the expertise of staff. I rely on the expertise of people on the Plan Commission that have degrees and know a lot more about this than I do. I read the things, I ask questions of staff, I ask questions at council, and I will say that at 3 separate points at Plan Commission, members of the Plan Commission were called out for their expertise, and I take their opinions to heart and with what they say. And they were all in favor of where we sat. So that part is also hard for me to reconcile and come back. Again, like I said, it's not the number I'm stuck with, it's what is being left behind that I'm not really getting clear answers on what that's gonna look like for the residents. And I understand you don't know that yet because you haven't been up there. But to me, if we go to 60 here for the easement, then what comes back to Plan Commission? What does that look like?
The applicant will request a reconsideration of the special exception for the approximately 60-foot buffer.
So essentially, what we just voted on Thursday will come back, basically the exact same thing, because they had the 60 feet in there.
With the difference that in the eventual approval of the council of the amendment to the.
Yeah, and I think, I'm not going to speak for other people on that council, or on that commission, but the sticking point seemed to be for a lot of people there, again, going back to our ordinances, condition number 1 is that to have a natural resource special exception, it can't be a problem of that person's making. And to the comment that came during public comment, it's not exactly the same as Costco, because that condition was not a condition related to that development. Those 7 questions that are in that natural resource special exception document are given to all applicants for development in the city, so they all answer those questions. And to me, this is, because there is that conservation easement that was created in 2014 that by the school district, that the school district now wants to break, to me, that doesn't meet the test of a condition that was self-imposed.
The only comment I would make to that is the school district is directly responding to the needs of the students. So while it might be on school district land, it is really the needs of the student that are driving the change. So not necessarily the school district's issue in doing that, it's the need of the community, and the students are driving that particular change.
And has the DNR signed off on this yet?
It's under review right now.
How long have they had it for review? I'm just curious.
3 weeks maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go back and look at the actual date.
And what was sent to the DNR was the 60 feet, the 30 feet? What did you send them for review?
I believe it was the 60 feet. We can go back and double check that. I think it was amended because there was an original submittal to align with the original proposal that came in for Plan Commission. I believe it was amended.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Alderman Sluse?
The question I have for you, Mr. Hacker, with the limit, like high view for the vote tonight, high view could be used for emergency access only. Do you feel that you have to revisit or tweak your design? Because, you know, this layout, what has been presented here, is not going to work for these cars to exit in and out of high view. So basically, there has to be some retweaking of the design to to where those cars is going to go. So I cannot speak for the neighbors, but if there is alternative to using high view at all, if high view could cease to exist as an option, maybe I can have a meeting with the neighbors to see if we tweak down the 150, but in return, there has to be, like, high view is extremely important for me, myself, and to a lot of the neighbors. So if there is any reconsideration of the high view being used at all, like not for emergency, not for any other purposes, if you find a different way, I'm not like necessarily pushing for Drexel Avenue, but if there is a compromise on your side with the high view, I would definitely give it a consideration with the neighbors to see if we can ease down the 150. But you have to give something to be for us to be able to, give something to you.
Are you suggesting that the district trade police and fire access for additional space for the practice field? That is, I believe that's what I heard you say.
Not necessarily what I meant. If there is alternative to high view.
That's the only access to high view that you just voted on is emergency vehicles. We don't have anything to give you in that, other than taking away the access to emergency vehicles, which we wouldn't stand behind because it's a safety life piece. You don't have any access to Highview Road. That's what you just voted on. So there's nothing to give there.
No.
I don't know what you negotiate for 150 feet.
I stand for what we voted on. That's necessarily.
And maybe we're not understanding what you're asking us to negotiate.
There is no argument about that. But if you, for example, decided to invest in a Drexel Avenue access, that will answer the fire and the emergency and the other traffic issues. If Highview left alone without, if you can come up with different alternative, maybe we can compromise on the 150 after consultation with the neighbors, but that's.
In all due respect, I've only heard Drexel Avenue come from you to look at it. We've talked about it's $2 million extra to make that. And also they would have considerable impact, likely maybe not even approved by all the agencies. None of us know until we go and find that. But to build that access as a negotiation piece for the 150 feet, I think we can speak pretty freely. We don't have the money to do that, nor is it likely to get passed through all these agencies, nor has it been an overarching argument. I know that you feel strong about it, but that did not come up when we met with neighbors. Hasn't come up through any of the email or phone calls that I've received. So I think that would be our response to it. I don't know how we can negotiate something we don't have in our budget currently.
The use of Highview is actually meeting the city's needs, correct, Mr. Mayor? That road was stubbed at some point to connect to the high school, to the high school property. So prior city, common council, people,
This goes back
forward thought.
decades, like what, mid-90s when this was initially put in with the thought that there'd be a connection to the school. So that was 1995, I heard, probably right, so 30 years ago.
So that's just meeting the needs then or meeting the forethought of the former city common council and leaders in connecting that Highview Road to the high school property.
So, and I hear, the rumblings over here, so I understand, we're all crystal clear on the concerns, okay? We are crystal clear on them. But we're trying to come to some resolution, some sort of medium part that we can get this done. Now, we are, okay? Well, okay, so this is gonna be a big divided topic, as we're divided up here. Okay, I like to see things go through, I'm very concerned. I've got some feedback from neighbors about water concerns, what will happen, and I'd like to assure, as we have our city engineer here, that those things are gonna be looked at big time before that gets approved, to make sure we don't make anything worse, make sure we can actually fix some things with this development, which is big. So, Mr. Salus, you still got the floor.
Just like, to be clear about it, either way, there is a ton of environmental issues in this land. Whether you're talking about the Conservancy, whether you're talking about Highview exit, whether you're talking about Drexel, there is environmental issues all over the map. So let's face it, the only reason we are entertaining these motions and having this discussion because we really want the project to go forward, but at the same time, we do not want to compromise the quality of life those neighbors have. So as you know, just I looked at the comparison, I looked at all the numbers. There is an impact no matter what. So we're just trying to come up with a solution and move the project forward. Sometimes delaying the project could cost you a lot more than the $2 million that, being presented here. And I do not believe that the cost will be $2 million, but regardless what I think.
In all honesty, the less we can actually mitigate, the less we can actually do. So at 150 feet, we can mitigate less of the water issues than we can at 60. Because we do not have access to do anything in there to control any of the land, to control any of the flow of water. We can only control it up to that 150-foot buffer. So if you're looking for additional water control measures, we would have to have access to that land in order to provide that.
At the 60-foot buffer.
I seen a retaining wall 14 foot high. Is that a typo or that's accurate?
I believe that is accurate.
For the parking lot up to the field.
This is
Accurate in the documentation.
this is a huge expense to put together. Just 14 foot high retaining wall.
Again, responsibly, 150 feet is 5 times the 30-foot requirement the UDO sets. That's a precedent being set for any development that comes forward within the community, that there's a potential they would have to do 5 times what is established in the UDO. Again, the project meets all the criteria of the UDO, right? There's nothing that the project does not do, including the compensation, including the quantity of trees, the types of trees. Everything matches directly, enough so that staff has recommended the project to go forward to Plan Commission, right? So it does match directly that. So I think intent has been to work as closely as possible to align with that. After feedback, doubling the setback, retaining as much as possible. But 5 times is an excessive precedent that gets set for the community.
I get that. It's just like, because, it's not a number game. Otherwise, there is no need for these commissions and all these discussions. If it's a number game, just like basically, the city should get rid of the plan commission altogether, meet the requirement and call it a day. But there is judgment issues. There is like concerns of neighbors. There is tremendous amount of issues that we have to consider. If this issue does not have any impact on any neighborhoods and stuff like that, that will be completely different type of a discussion. But when it impacts the quality of life of the neighborhood, that is a huge task for us. We cannot. I imagine that I'm living on 47th Street. When I vote on this, that's the way I think. Someone will say, oh, because this is your district, those your voters. I do not think that way.
And if your child played lacrosse, you'd want to drive them to a different community for practice to preserve that. I think that's the hard part. I understand what you're balancing, and I respect that, right? And you're an elected official, and this is your district. But we're losing focus, I think, a balanced focus on what are the needs of the students. That's who we're doing this for. We are doubling on what the UDO ask is. What I'm starting to learn is that I should have come in with more of a negotiations mind, that this was not about what's written to do a UDO. It's really about coming in ready to negotiate. That's not how the district came at it. We came at and started proactively meeting with the city starting back in February to understand exactly what the requirements were. We set proactive meetings with neighbors to listen to concerns. We understand there's still concerns. We are not denying that. But we know there's needs. I have allergens in the air back there. We know there are needs in the community and for our students that we also have to balance with that piece.
No, I get that, talking about negotiation, we had the decision made in the plan commission, and, it's not us, like very seldom the common council. That's why we have committees in place, because they do due diligence. They do meet with the neighbors. They consider all the issues surrounding any of these topics, and we put the time, and we have, as the mayor said, we have diverse people from different, backgrounds, and we don't make those decisions easily. It's just like that, the decision that was made, and it's being renegotiated again today, not by us.
Okay.
I yield.
Mr. Piccarelli?
So I think we to reference back to the previous vote, so the access is emergency only. There's a parking lot that's there right now. The practice field, does the practice field fit in rough order of magnitude? I mean, I'm trying to do it with a pencil and paper. It looks like, trying to go back to my drafting days. It looks like that would fit with a slight movement of the tennis courts. Is that a potential option to continue to have?
So there's approximately a 10-foot grade between that field and the tennis court. So we've slid it as far, what would be north, as we possibly could and still get it on there without probably adding another retaining wall to that particular area. So it's already been slid as far north as we can just because of the grade change.
And minimize the size of it.
Yeah, so that grade is lower than the
The tennis courts are lower than the field.
field? Yeah, I totally understand the need to have the lacrosse practice fields and all the different pieces. Again, we're dealing with like all these, pretty tight footprint. And that's why I was just asking the question around, is there a way, because if that's only emergency access and there's not really a good way to get to that parking lot, is there a way to shuffle that around a little bit to still get your?
We cannot do both. We cannot do tennis and the practice field there.
With 150 feet.
But at 60
No,
feet.
At 60 feet, we can.
Yeah, I'm just talking
Yep.
by sliding that, because if you take
Understood.
that
Understood.
field out, you get, you take-
Understood. Understood.
So at 150 feet, the tennis courts would be there, but they would have to be positioned differently.
They'd be rotated, correct?
Rotated the other way, and then you wouldn't have the practice field there.
Correct.
Correct.
So
And reduction of parking spots by 20.
Okay, and if there's no parking lot, that's not helping at all with any of this layout?
You're not going to gain enough to get a practice field. The practice field we had, but with the 60, was already minimized and slid as far over, like Mr. Comey said, on the property. So yeah, if you eliminated that parking lot, if that's what you're kind of saying, that it's not going to give you enough for anything adequate for practice. In the practice space, when we reduced it already, the last one we brought with the 60 feet and slid it over, the reduction actually puts it slightly smaller than the practice field that we're losing.
I think my concern on what's remaining, right? And I think that get back to Alderwoman Day's comment on, it's without having that information right now, it makes it really difficult to vote to, because what I'm understanding is we vote to approve this. This is now 60 feet and whatever is there, and that's what we're left with, correct? There's no.
Mr. City Attorney?
More time for assuming the same answer to the city planner. The Common Council approves this amendment for 60 feet difference. The difference between the 60 feet and the 150 feet still cannot be utilized for any development purposes unless the Plan Commission amended its decision on the natural resource special exception pursuant to municipal code and unified development ordinance.
That's correct, yeah.
So it'll go back to planning, and planning essentially has the final say on what that ends up looking like, correct?
That's the answer.
Well, before we tell me it like that, that makes no sense, because it just got switched by Alderman Salus to 150. So now we're here talking about 150, but technically we're talking about 60? This is where I'm not following it either, because I want to see, I thought Alderwoman Eichmann's motion was to cover the 60 feet.
Right.
So we make the motion for the 60 foot right now tonight, but then what happens to the 150 that we just got done with from Alderman Salus at the last Plan Commission meeting?
That was the question.
The applicant will present.
Can you
the
say a little
special-
louder?
Sorry, the applicant, if this is approved, the applicant may present that request again for reconsideration of the Plan Commission.
Okay, so tonight's, right now's motion that's on the table is to move forward with a 60-foot buffer. Correct?
Or the easement.
For the easement. Mr. City Attorney, you're still on. Don't touch.
Mr. City Planner, with regard to a natural resource special exception, has that always been only Plan Commission final decision? Or was that part of the Unified Development Ordinance update that it became Plan Commission only?
It's a new process with the new UDO.
So with the new UDO just got adopted, that's part of this. Got it. So, Mr. Craig, you wanted to speak?
I believe Alderwoman Eichman had.
Mr. Pecoraro, you yield? You still got the floor, then Alderman Eichman, then Alderman Craig.
Yeah, I'll yield for the moment.
Alderman Eichman?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind everyone that there's a motion on the floor in a second. For the concerns of those residents in that area, which is not my district, I attended the school board meeting, listening to the concerns of the residents. I'm directing this to the chair, being new mayor. That same evening, the alderman who's very passionate against this project decided to hold a different meeting about a completely different project within his district and didn't even attend that school board meeting. I just wanted to put that out there. And I'll yield. Thank you.
Alderman Craig.
All right, I got a lot. And Mr.
Come
Cromie.
on. Really?
Mr. Cromie, I apologize in advance because we have had these conversations previously, but I want to make sure that the entirety of everything that we have discussed previously is put on the floor so that everyone on this dais can hear those answers and those questions as well, if you don't mind.
No.
So I begin with the question about, and as the mayor alluded to, the water. We talked about drainage, and whenever you have that hard surface, that, you know, water's kind of undefeated, and we learned that earlier on this in August. So how is the school going to handle heavy rainfall with all of this new hard surface that's being put down on the property?
Yep, so there is a retention pond which is located along the drive. It would be east of the tennis parking lot, which will handle all, well, I shouldn't say all, most of the upper water. There will be some resources funneled back down to the west pond as well, especially in relation to the addition, the building addition, and working water back down there. So those are the two main water holding areas. I know that there will be extensive work on drain tile and things leading all of that property to those retention ponds, specifically on the upper area, which is probably what we're more referencing in terms of the forested area being gone.
Now, when we talk about that retention pond, and now we're having a lot more water being kind of funneled into that space, does that retention pond have the capacity to hold a great deal more liquid in that space?
I am not a civil engineer, but Point of Beginning, who has done all of the work for that, has assured us short of 1,000-year flood.
Well, I mean,
I don't know if we can ever say the 1,000-year flood will ever be held by anything, but yes, it has a substantial water capacity to handle the vast majority of water issues that we can foresee happening.
okay. That's number one. The next one, and this is one that you have heard quite a bit from residents from up here. There was the previous natural resource special exception signed in 2014. So in the words of Lord Vader, you are altering the deal and pray you don't alter it more in the future. Is that the message that we're getting?
So I can't speak as to why that was signed or what the rationale was at that particular time. And I will tell you that I would never say 100% nothing will ever happen, but I can tell you that the school district has changed and the resources needed for all of our students has changed. I will also tell you that our site is landlocked, which you already know, and there are severe issues to the north, which were brought forth when investigating the road and seeing what the difference is connecting to Highview versus connecting to Drexel and all the mitigation that's happening. So the north portion of our property, again, I'll never say never, but I can't envision a path where those things get developed. And all of the governing bodies outside of the city of Franklin that have jurisdiction over that approve that.
Okay. I asked that because, you know, and I fully acknowledge that yourself, Dr. Benning, I would probably say 85% of the school board was not in place. And correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm a little too high.
It would be 71%, but yes.
Okay, fair enough. So I don't think that it's something to hold people to that agreement when they weren't there, number one. But at the same time, the district did enter that full eyes wide open in 2014. So then that comes back to my other question then of, so what's stopping from the future of this natural resource special exception from being told, hey, you know what I said about altering the deal and pray I don't, well, you're going to have to pray harder.
Yep. So the district response to that would be the city has a plan in place for how those get altered or that they even can get altered.
Right.
And so the city has a plan for when the natural resource special exemption that's in place doesn't meet the needs of the current property owner. So again, I would never promise anything 100% forever. So I would say if the city really does not want natural resource special exemptions to ever be altered again, they'd have to put in place that natural resource special exemptions can never be altered. Like that would be the avenue to say it can never happen again.
Terrible.
So I can't speak to what's going to happen for 20 years from now because gosh, if I'm still in this position 20 years from now, something has gone really wrong. So I'm not going to speak to what somebody in my position or in Dr. Bennon's position or the school board is going to do 20 years from now. But I can say we currently have nothing on the table for that particular piece. But again, the city does have a process for adjusting natural resource special exemptions. And again, we are following, to Mr. Hacker's point, that process to a T.
Okay, just pivoting out of that then, looking at the planning department response letter that's in the packet, dated August 12th of this year, regarding staff comments. One of the items, item number 4, staff recommends additional plantings along the property line bordering single-family residential uses, plantings within buffer yards in combination with any fencing provided shall provide visual opacity within 2 years of planting. And the existing woodland, and the response of it was the existing woodland would be protected and meet the applicable buffer yard planting requirements. How do I know that that will be adhered to and that will be, because this is not then the natural resource special exception, this is a different item. What levels of knowledge that this is going to be adhered to those 2 years in the future to ensure that those plantings are in place?
So I mean, not cutting down within the 60 feet? Is that what you're I'm not sure how many, we can't touch the 60 feet outside of cleaning up invasive species or dead trees. So I'm not sure what you mean by that.
This is item number 4 in the, some of the questions that were presented by city staff and the responses from, who's at the point of beginning. So I just, it's less about the nuts and bolts, but rather the adherence to what you're saying you're going to execute on the back end. That in 2 years' time, so when would you kind of anticipate construction being completed?
So summer of 28, fall into fall of 28.
So by 2030, how are we going to be assured that these plantings are going to be in place, that they're going to be?
Yes, when the applicants applies for building permit and before they get occupancy, typically planning staff go to the site and review the landscaping, check if all the landscaping has been installed according to the landscape plan before the occupancy is issued.
Okay.
And Mr. Fuchs, you got something on this?
Yeah, just to clarify, I guess in the comments you're looking at the original comments by staff. which were with the original plan that was clearing more than what's proposed now. So those plans were amended, found those comments. So planting requirements would have changed since that comment was made.
Okay. You've already kind of discussed about the self-imposement on the special, the natural resource special exception, and how that is a different sort of set of circumstances because it's due to the needs of students and not just a.
Yeah, while I would agree that the school board and the city agreed in 2014, the school district itself has changed, meaning number of students, needs of facilities, needs of the students inside of those facilities as well has caused that particular change. So while on face value it is the school district and the city, it's really the school district just responding to the needs, which is pushing into that particular avenue.
We're going to take a recess after we get done with this vote. Go ahead, I'm sorry. I want to get this going.
And then my last item regarding from point of beginning, the natural resource, woodland, and wetland mitigation plan. I'm referencing item 2.1, mitigation site description. And there's a paragraph regarding the wetlands. And one of the things that gives me a lot of pause is where it's talking about wetlands that are man-made and artificial and ones that are natural. What gives me pause is the last sentence here, which says, wetland disturbance within wetlands 1 and 2 are exempt from mitigation requirements because they're artificial. If we're going to remove wetlands and have a mitigation of creating artificial wetlands, does that not then put a predicate in place for the future where, well, those are man-made and thus those are exempt from having to have any sort of mitigation?
I'm going to look to one of the experts on that.
Is that
particular question.
response meet the requirements of the city?
Yeah, typically if it's artificial wetland, there is no compensation required.
That's kind of my point of where if we need to displace a wetland for in the tennis, the snack shop, the press box, whatever would be placed in the spot where wetlands are right now, right? Going to create a new wetland over here. Great. That's exactly what we're looking for. Species will travel across the property to find the new home that is being created, whether it's cattails, whether it's animals, amphibians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then in the future, because it's deemed a artificial man-made wetland, it's not going to require. I'm looking more forward beyond what, like, how, do you understand that?
Yes. So all the compensation areas, either on-site or off-site, there is a condition in the special exception that those areas will need to be protected under a conservation easement. So the new areas created will be protected under a conservation easement. So, and that's a typical requirement for any development.
So we'd be creating the new, so even though it says in here that man-made ones and artificial wetlands are not, are exempt from those requirements, they will be?
Because there is an exception because these wetlands is going to be created to meet a compensation requirement. So it's for a purpose that compensation area is created, is to meet the requirements of the ordinance.
Again, I would just reiterate that we are following the exact requirements of the UDO, including doubling the buffer. So I understand that particular concern, but that's really a question back to the Common Council on then why is this UDO approved or why is this particular section of the UDO approved versus requiring the district to multiply the buffer by 5 feet and now mitigate wetlands that it's not required to, again, based on the current UDO. And that's not to be rude, but again, we're being asked to be held to standards that do not exist.
And you've doubled the requirement from 30 to 60. Got it.
Correct.
So we've got Alderman Salus and Alderwoman Eichman, and just a reminder, we do have a first and a second. You don't need to remind anybody on that. We have a first and a second, and it will be a roll call vote on the 60-foot buffer. Mr. Salus.
Just a question to Mr. Hacker. Without having the access on high view, I get it that it was approved for emergency. Are you still planning to put these parking spots in the back, and how are they going to exit the property and stuff like that? Or are you proposing some adjustment to that design?
Does that veer too much from the motion, sir? All right, answer quickly.
We can't speak to that.
Because
Again, between the 60-foot and the 150-foot setback, it's not,
Germane to this, we're at 60 foot.
we can't answer that confidently because we don't know
Not gonna
if we have a
revisit.
60-foot setback or a 150-foot setback.
But regardless, you have a restriction on using high view for traffic other than the emergency.
Understood.
And you have like a bunch of parking spots in there. How do you see this traffic? Because my next question, like to Mr. Martinez, can the school system come soon after and say, you know what, we want to change this restriction to allow the traffic? Like this is what we have been this whole.
So I can confidently tell you the answer is we don't know until we meet after knowing exactly what the parameters are that we have to play within. So the answer is we don't know.
I would like to mention that the Plan Commission tabled the site plan. So depending of the outcome of this meeting, so eventually the site plan will go back to the Plan Commission for the kind of the final design.
I see.
Does Act 67, Counselor, affect any of this?
Meaning what? Because
Great.
they're on a different subject. When I caught it,
Right.
you're on a different subject than the conservation.
I get it.
Okay, so now we have a first and a second on this motion, okay, for the 60 foot, correct? Sir?
Yes.
Looking at Regulo.
Correct.
I'll have my answer.
Somebody-
I made the motion.
Yeah,
No, we've got a first, I understand who made the motion. I'm saying we're talking about the 60-foot buffer right now
correct, on the easement, yeah.
on the easement.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, first and a second, roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
No.
Alderwoman Day.
No.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye.
4 ayes, 2 noes, motion carries. It's only 9:36.
Can I make a motion to recess for 10 minutes?
I'm getting there, Alderwoman.
Thank you for your time.
It's 9:36, come back at 9:46, please. 9:46, 10 minutes. It's 9:46 PM. We are back on record. We are moving at a snail's pace. We are now at G3. Notice of appeal of stop work order, City of Franklin, citation numbers N as in Nora 1427680 regarding filling permit, illegally filling site, N as in Nora 1427651 regarding land disturbances, permit required, and Nora 1427679 was voided regarding address of 5250 West South County Line Road. Who is taking this, Mr. Hulse? You starting with this? Mr. City Attorney, who would like to speak on this first?
Well, with regard to the appeal, the municipal code provision with regard to same is cited in the council action sheet.
9:47, Mr. Youssef is back in.
And as such, the party requesting the appeal may present to the common council its facts and thoughts with regard to that appeal. And city staff is also present, all to provide any comments or answers to questions the common council members
So
may
does that
have.
mean we get to occupy the table first?
What's that?
Do we get to occupy the table first?
Well, no, you'll be here, they're gonna be there, we're not,
Okay, so you got more chairs?
sure, of course we do.
Okay.
Within 30 seconds, you'll have a chair. Look at that. There's one right next to her, she can take that one. You're good, gentlemen, you're good over there, you're good.
Hey, I realize it's.
So what's gonna happen now is whenever anybody, please just introduce yourselves. You can use your business address, it's fine. Good evening, welcome, thank you for being patient. So are we starting, Mr. City Attorney, you quarterback how this is gonna work?
Well, as stated, the appellant is at the table, suggest there are three persons sitting there, and suggest they introduce themselves and offer their reasons for appeal.
Thank you.
Happy to. Thanks. Delaney Brewer.
Yeah, it's gotta be,
Delaney Brewer. I'm joined by Liv Montgomery. We're from Frederickson and Byron from the Madison office. I think it's 44 East Doty Street in Madison.
thank you.
And joined by my client Basil Ryan as well, and Ryan Farms, on behalf of Ryan Farms. So I'd like to give a little background. I'm not very interesting, apparently. Everyone left, but I think it's important to have a little background here, and then certainly can answer any questions you have. The appeal is a lot of legalese, so happy to answer questions on that or factually. But just for background here. So we're asking for review of the stop work order associated with these citations. The one that was repealed and replaced by two others. We think that the citations and the stop work order are both contrary to law. But again, I want to make sure you understand some of the factual backgrounds. So Mr. Ryan has approximately 40 acres, give or take, that he farms at the address that you noted. And he's had an opportunity to obtain some clean topsoil, which is a byproduct of a nearby construction site. And as you may be aware, topsoil is very valuable to farmers. It's a soil amendment that helps with crop production, helps improve the soil health. And landowners will generally go to great lengths to preserve topsoil. In fact, that is a main goal of most erosion control ordinances, regulations, statutes. And this topsoil was very clean. This is not full of nutrients like other soil amendments, like manure, for example. This is clean topsoil. So this is obviously a very valuable opportunity for Ryan Farms, and I think it was wise of him to take that. He discussed this opportunity with, I'm told, with some of city staff, and it was informally, albeit he was informed that he would not need any permits, and went forward with some of that fill. I call it fill, but it's really not. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. It's really a soil amendment. That's what it should be treated as. So some neighbors, I understood, took issue with this. There were some complaints specifically about some of the truck traffic on the road. And according to some public records that we obtained from DNR, that kicked off a sort of conversation, some discussions between city staff, engineering technicians, and DNR. And it seems from what we've seen that they started hatching a plan for how to stop this. And I am happy to share some of those emails, but you all should have them too. We expect that we'll get probably some more information in response to our public records request related to the same issue. So just, as that kicked off, it was the very beginning of July. The engineering tech, I believe it's Mr. Dolan, and I apologize, I haven't met any of the team yet, but reached out to DNR staff member Pete Wood, asking about the spreading operation. And Mr. Wood responded that whether this is an exempt agricultural activity, because as I'll mention in a moment, agricultural activity is exempt from these regulations. Whether this is an exempt agricultural activity, in DNR's opinion, depends on how quickly it's being incorporated into the field. That was his response. Then on July 16th, Mr. Wood reached back out to Mr. Dolan asking if Mr. Dolan had thought, if Mr. Dolan thought that DNR should investigate this as a potential construction site rather than an agricultural site. Now, at that point, it gets a little unclear. It seemed like Mr. Dolan was corresponding with DNR through a personal Yahoo account rather than the city email account. But it's clear that they're continuing to correspond. We just don't know all the details of that correspondence quite yet. So eventually, on July 17th, Mr. Dolan writes, this is a quote, "Probably a good thing to shut it down until things get investigated and sorted out." So around 10:30 the next day, 10:30 in the morning the next day, again from his personal email, Mr. Dolan writes to DNR staff, Mr. Wood, noting that more trucks have been providing topsoil. And in response, DNR explains that they don't have stop work authority. And they ask whether the city can do a stop work. And Mr. Wood later suggests that Mr. Dolan let the mayor know that this could be an issue under the city's MS4 municipal stormwater permit. And I want to put a pin in that because I think that sort of veiled threat's very important here. Then just a few hours later, again on the 18th, Mr. Dolan asked Mr. Wood, "Is it possible to send me an email to my city address stating that DNR has received multiple complaints about the non-permitted fill activity and that this violates our MS4 permit? This way I can go to the mayor and say we need to do something about the stop work order." Stop work order was issued at 4 o'clock that day. So those are the background facts. And notably, the stop work order orders Mr. Ryan to stop work activity on the site, with the site being defined as his farm. So in other words, he can't farm. He risks violating a stop work order if he continues integrating the soil into the field, planting, etc. So again, it's important that y'all understand that the citations and stop work order were not issued after a careful review of the ordinances, demonstrating that there was a clear violation here. Instead, it appears that there were some, perhaps city staff, perhaps DNR, perhaps the collective, were looking for any way they could to stop this based on the complaints, presumably the trucks, et cetera. They were looking for a way to stop what is a legitimate agricultural practice while they, quote, got things investigated and sorted out. In other words, they had identified Mr. Ryan sort of as the bad guy, and they went digging for an ordinance violation they could slap on him. And this type of arbitrary and capricious enforcement of ordinances is often what gets municipalities in trouble. And particularly, I mean, I understand that there are some other issues between the city and Ryan Farms or Mr. Ryan. I'm not involved in those, but it's a reasonable assumption that there's some sense of retaliation based on this behavior and some of the communications that we've obtained. So the citations were issued to Mr. Ryan under two separate ordinances: the land disturbance ordinance, and the filling and grading ordinance. And it was one citation, then two citations. Not exactly sure what sort of unfolded there. But in any event, both ordinances include clear exemptions for the spreading of topsoil on agricultural land. And the activity is exempt generally based on the definition of land disturbance in your ordinance, which clearly says it's all these things. It's any man-made change to the surface, including, excavating, filling, grading, but not including agricultural land uses. It doesn't say but not including plowing, but not including planting. It says but not including agricultural land uses, such as planting, growing, cultivating, harvesting, and harvesting crops. Now, this, again, it's not specific activity that you're exempting from land disturbance in your ordinance. It's the general agricultural land use. The addition of topsoil here was specifically and solely for agricultural purposes, to improve soil quality and field conditions, to ultimately improve crop yields. The activity is exempt from that regulation. And I understand this DNR staff member who I've spoken to, who was also searching for a creative way to stop this activity, hinted at Mr. Ryan, if the city were to treat Mr. Ryan's behavior, his spreading of this topsoil as exempt, that could violate the city's MS4 permit. But in that MS4 permit, there are two types of discharges, and I don't want to get too jargony here on environmental law, but there are two types of discharges that are not covered by that permit. One is agricultural runoff, which we contend this is. And the second is runoff from a construction site. So even if DNR is claiming that this is a construction site and not an agricultural site, which I don't buy, the law doesn't say that. And respectfully, Mr. Wood's not an attorney. He's a staff member on their water team. I don't think that in any event, it's going to be covered under your permit. I don't think that in any event, DNR can threaten a violation of your city stormwater permit based on your decision here. And I think, there's clear exemptions in state law, there's clear exemptions in federal law for non-point source discharges from agricultural land. There's clear exemptions in your ordinances for these types of runoff events. So I think that threat was made without actually looking at the permit or the law. So it's clear land disturbing ordinance doesn't apply here. What about filling and grading? What about that ordinance? That too has a very clear exemption. Even if the activity being performed here it could be construed as filling. Even if the UDO still exempts non-point discharges from agricultural facility practices. And I won't bore you with the whole long line of federal cases that talks about this issue. And if the state law exempts this permitting for agricultural stormwater runoff and federal law exempts it, there's also a law that says if it is exempt from those things, it cannot be regulated by local government. And that's spelled out in the memo as well. I think there are other reasons that this can't be, the stop work order is not legal. Again, laid those out in the ordinance, in the memo. I don't want to bore you too much with them. It's late. We've been here a long time, but I think it's clear that the intent of the legislature and federal and state law is to encourage agriculture and to reduce the burdens on agricultural practices, specifically novel ones like this. This is a great opportunity. It seems to me like this is improving land value, and it's something that the city should be in support of. There's a bit of a common sense aspect here. As I mentioned, most erosion control regulations are intended to prevent erosion of valuable topsoil. This is a situation where we're adding valuable topsoil to farm fields. Most stormwater regulations are intended to prevent water pollution caused by nutrient runoff. Nutrient runoff comes from fertilizer. It comes from manure. We're avoiding some of that by using topsoil instead, clean topsoil. So the intent of those regulations doesn't even apply here. Here, this is a situation where you have a farmer who's adding valuable topsoil. He's increasing the capability of farming on his property, increasing his property value. And without that topsoil, he's going to need these other more harmful chemicals. He's doing exactly what the regulations are intended to encourage. He's preserving agriculture. He's reducing runoff into the waters of the state. But he seems to be punished for that for some reason. And frankly, I don't quite understand it. So I'm happy to answer questions about the legal issues in the memo or anything else, but we're respectfully requesting that the stop work order be lifted so that Mr. Ryan can continue farming. He has winter wheat he wants to plant. He would like to continue spreading that topsoil on his field so that he can go ahead and plant like every other farmer in the area. Thanks.
So, thank you for the intro on that. And I'm going to defer, first of all, if this is, before we get into our questions here, I would like to hear something from our engineering people and then our city attorney, and then we're gonna go with some questions, because to quote Jason, I think there's gonna be a lot of questions. Mr. City Attorney.
Just one question for the appellants. I have not heard any facts of actual agricultural uses occurring.
Well, this is on an agricultural field that's been used for growing crops for years. I don't, and he's spreading the topsoil as a soil amendment so he can grow crops, but he can't continue working his fields because there's a stop work order in place.
So what's it been farmed for years?
I understand that there's been crop rotation of some corn and soybeans. There's been a few years where it was let to rest. There's been, I think, 1 year in the recent past where the seed was lost to heavy rains. But it is a farm field, and it has historically been a farm field. It's not a yard. It's been farmed.
Has it been farmed by the property owner or
Yes, correct.
leased to somebody?
Yes.
Since 1995, when I purchased the property dates back, as many of you can see on that wall there. A lot of those people were farmers that lived in the area that I live. The original house in front of me is a complete log cabin, inside and out. That acreage that I bought was 50 acres at one time with that log cabin that dates back to the 1800s. And there's a nice picture inside of there. I bought that piece of property from Herman Kronsader, a businessman in the Franklin Business Park that owns Krohn's Manufacturing. He bought it, split the farm, the log cabin off, and owned the 47 acres. It's a German company. He was going to build a house here in Franklin if the economy and things got worse than Europe. So it's always been farmed since the 1800s as a farm. I've put crops in there. I rotate them. I put soybeans, corn, winter wheat, and occasionally hay in the areas. I also have 20 acres adjacent to the 25 acres adjacent to that piece of parcel. I have another 9 acres, 10 acres down the street, and I used to lease land from the county. So farming I've done for a number of years, since 1995, and I've leased the land from the county for farming. So yes, I farmed that piece of property for as long as I've owned it.
And that farming activity has occurred over the last 5 years?
Correct.
And with regard to what you plant, does that get sold?
Correct.
Do you have receipts for those sales?
Correct. I also have a farm account from FNS Conservation. I deal with, used to be called Racine Grain, now it's DeLong
But
Grain.
respectfully, Council, that's irrelevant. It doesn't have to be farmed that's sold. It could be farmed for whatever purpose. It's still agriculture. The definition of agriculture isn't agriculture for sale. It isn't even agriculture sort of for livelihood. It's agriculture, the growing of crops. If he grew a garden of tomatoes for his family in the whole field, it's still agriculture.
I'm asking for facts simply.
Understood, but I think it's really irrelevant here.
I will say this, when you talk about relevancy, when I was an alderman, I represented the farmers in that area, and some of the language that's in the UDO, in the earlier UDO, was designed to protect those constituents of mine.
You have a federal farm number?
I put my taxes as that. They don't give federal farm numbers. You're talking a federal ID number.
Okay.
Yes. No, I farm in a Section F with the Internal Revenue Service.
Okay, that's it from me.
Engineering.
Thank you. So with me tonight is
Hold
Kyle.
on.
Oh,
Sorry.
And what is the amount of acreage farmed by you?
I just stated earlier, I have 40 roughly acres there. I have an additional 23 next to me. I have an additional 10 acres down the road, and I used to farm roughly 10 acres from the county.
We're speaking with regard to the specific property that's the subject of the citation.
Approximately 37 acres.
Okay. All right.
And if you also check the zoning for the city of Franklin, you'll also see that it's zoned agricultural. We had a distinction in the old UDO between Ag 1 and Ag 2. Your new UDO only refers to Ag 1 now.
So with me this evening, Brad and Kyle from the engineering department, they've had dealings with Mr. Ryan during the course of this attempted permit. So I know, Mr. Ryan, you've conversed not with me really, but with these two gentlemen here. He talked about it earlier. You were denied permits. Now that's why I want you gentlemen here to speak, because I wasn't there. But what I understand was you came into City Hall engineering department, went to the front counter, telling these gentlemen why you don't need a permit, and then later understand that you made a statement that you were denied a permit by the engineering department. So can you kind of walk through your dealings, Mr. Ryan?
Yeah, I appreciate, Attorney, your explanation of the soil and where he's getting it from and the topsoil and every other jurisdiction that he went and talked to, the DNR, and he told us he talked to FEMA. But none of that was given to us. None of that information was given to us. So how can the City of Franklin Engineering Department safely assume that he's bringing in clean topsoil when nothing was submitted to us? No application was asked for, no application was given. So nothing could have been approved or denied from him for Mr. Ryan. So, I mean, from our perspective, we didn't know anything.
Yeah, and I can respond to that. Do the other farmers give you their nutrient plans for their manure and what's in them? Do you know the phosphorus levels before you decide whether it's a construction site or an agricultural property?
Yeah, we have a couple.
But not to determine whether they're a construction site or an agricultural property,
Well,
just because there are state regulations.
Well, I think there's a line that we have to draw when you're enriching the soil, as Mr. Ryan explained to us at the counter, and filling 12 feet, 10, 12 feet of dirt on the soil that you're explaining that you're trying to enrich. This soil, when you put 12 feet of soil on top of this soil does nothing anymore.
So, again, I don't mean any disrespect.
Enriching the soil.
I think that when you
Enriching the soil means you dump a load of dirt and you till it in. You dump a load of dirt, you till it in. You don't dump 12 feet tall, 250 feet wide by however deep it is and say that you're enriching the soil. There's a line that we have to draw when we have to require a soil disturbance permit.
May I respond? Sure. That line is not clear in your ordinance. So that line is being ambiguously enforced. I grew up on a farm. We often had piles of dried manure that we took then and spread. We had to dry it, we stacked it, then we spread it. It can't instantaneously be spread. And DNR recognized that. That's why they said it's a question. I disagree with DNR. I think
Council, could you please pull that closer
sure.
to you? It's just tough. Yeah, I mean, it's like karaoke, you gotta go right there.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I disagree with some of DNR's position. I've been doing this a long time. And I understand you would like to take a position that there's a point at which this is no longer an agricultural field, but that's not how the law works. There is an exemption for agricultural land uses. The purpose was for agriculture. There's a federal law that says when it's stormwater runoff from an agricultural field, it is a non-point source discharge that cannot be regulated locally.
Again, none of that was submitted to us.
But it doesn't have to be because it's exempt. It doesn't have.
Then how are we supposed to know?
Well, I'm telling you now, and that's why we're asking. That's why we're asking for the stop work order to be lifted. And it sounds like maybe we're in agreement that that should happen.
Agricultural activity is the kicker here. That's the point that we don't agree on. Mike's a professional engineer. He looked at the project. He considered that not to be, like average farming activity. It went to Pete Wood at the DNR. They independently looked at that project and said, that's not normal farming activity. When you put 10 to 15 feet of soil in a hole, that's not farming activity. And we have to draw the line somewhere, and that rule is across the board for everybody, not just Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, and listen, we're going to have to agree to disagree. The right to farm law that was passed not too long ago by the legislature speaks to novel agricultural approaches. It doesn't speak to average agricultural approaches. There's no language for average. People are learning new things, new ways to do things. And frankly, the use of topsoil in an area that does not have rich soil is ingenious, I think. I understand.
Once again, filling in a hole with 15 feet of topsoil is not farming activity.
Can I just finish without interrupting,
Why don't we do
please?
this? Counselor, please finish your thought, then we'll have some rebut.
So I think that from everything I've seen, the statement that there's 10 to 15 feet of fill is not accurate. There were piles that were dumped that were perhaps that tall when they were dumped because they were dumped from a dump truck. It takes time to spread that. In some instances, you have to let it dry. So I think, it would look a whole lot more like a farm field right now if there wasn't a stop work order in place stopping Mr. Ryan from farming.
There was a low point in the front of the field in the area where they brought in all the fill. He wasn't able to farm there because the water sat in that hole. He brought all that fill in, and it was a fill activity. And it was 10 to 15 feet of fill brought in to fill that hole, not to enrich the soil, not to do any farming activity. He was filling a hole, period.
And there are exemptions in law for agricultural fill activities. Land spreading is defined in law as working the nutrients into the top several feet of soil. There's actually an exemption if Mr. Ryan did have wetlands on his property, which he doesn't. He can fill those wetlands without going through all the rigmarole that you all just talked about with respect to the school, because there are agricultural exemptions for this activity in the law.
So just so that I kind of paint the picture here, the day that I issued the citation, July 18th, when I went to the site, I was, Kelly was with me as well, as Kyle was, I don't think Brad was. Just from strictly a safety standpoint, the frequency of trucks was amazing. It was one truck after another. The amount of dust it created for the residents, for the safety of residents trying to drive on the road. It was a definite hazard. You could barely see your hand in front of your face. The dust was that thick, let alone damage to the roadway itself from that continuous trucking activities. And farming aside, and the pictures we handed out, there is clearly fill that was within the city right away. Farming or not, you cannot fill within city right away, and that was clearly done. The other issue was about 1,000 feet to the east is the branch of the Root River. With no erosion control practices in place, all that runoff is going to go in the ditch, and we have pictures showing that, and into the Root River. So it goes beyond just Mr. Basil's property, but affects city property, Root River, and other properties as well. So again, I want to paint a big picture. I know we're trying to paint a picture about agriculture, but there's more to it than just that.
And again, I'll beat your point to death that it's topsoil, clean topsoil. We didn't know that. We don't know what, because nothing was submitted to us.
I understand,
I'll
but
beat that point till the end of the night.
there was no obligation to submit anything. I would just note that to the extent that the trucks are an issue, the stop work permit is not the answer to that. You're talking about an erosion control ordinance a land use ordinance and a filling ordinance.
I disagree. It's a public safety matter, and at that point, it's a
Then
fresh
you can use
generic.
your public safety ordinances.
That's what the ordinance, stop work orders for, exactly that.
So if you don't mind right now, if we could have Mr. Paulos continue, is there
My
a silt
apologies.
fence requirement or is there one up there now that would prevent anything going into the waterway?
There was the concern, there was no erosion control, and everything was clearly running off. It was in the right of way, into the ditch, and running right to the river. So there's huge concern with that. I do have a question, Mr. Ryan. The topsoil you're taking your property, do you plan on keeping it there, or do you plan on selling it at some point in time?
I'm farming it, and it's not going to be sold. It's going to be spread on my property
That material it took will remain on your property forever.
forever.
Before we get into the questions, I know there's a lot. How many trucks loads do you think came in? Because I mean, when they told, or they all went out on a Friday, I'm just asking, do you know how many trucks came in roughly?
It varied from day to day.
Total.
No, not total.
You were to say today, right now, September 2nd.
No, I was just filling in, when I say not filling, spreading areas.
I mean, I live down the road from a cannery. The trucks carrying corn come back and forth all the time during harvest season. This is a fact of life in an agriculturally zoned area. I understand if there's a public safety concern, let's address that within the confines of the ordinance. But we need to look at the ordinance. This is not an emotional issue. This is a legal issue, and we just need to look at that for this stop work.
Okay,
Another,
a second, Brad. I want to, yeah, it's weird. These things aren't very good. But I guess I still want to get some sort of feel, because if I was issuing a citation on this, I would be asking a number of questions, which I have, but I was asking, just in general. You got to have an idea how many trucks you had. I mean, how do they know they can dump there? I mean, how do you know who regulates that? So let's just skip with one. So you're telling me right now on the record, you have no idea how many trucks dumped loads on the property. You have not a clue. 100, 1,000?
how many cubic yards?
No, he's asking me for
No,
cubic yards.
just focus right here.
Yeah.
I've got the
The
floor.
the problem that I'll say with that, topsoil, as you all know, when it's wet, it's clumpy and it sticks together.
Yep.
Trucks are loaded based on weight. When topsoil dries, you'll get a truck full of it. In the beginning and in the area where they were talking, a lot of that stuff came in wet and sticky. So it came out that way. So as far as knowing what cubic yards, I wouldn't know because
Not
some
cubic
trucks.
yards.
As far as
Get what you
truck,
just said.
as far as
Here, how
truck,
many trucks?
as far as truckloads,
Yeah.
I didn't know because we'd get a time where we'd get a bunch of trucks, then all of a
What's a
sudden
bunch?
you might get 6 trucks at once. Then all of a sudden you get a low for 45 minutes, you wouldn't see a truck. Then all of a sudden you'd see a couple more. So did I have somebody there counting trucks? No. I was happy to get it.
Okay, so I'm going to press a little more because right now, if I was investigating this, it's not smelling properly right now. Right now, I'm catching up on, I don't know how many trucks came on my property. I mean, you would think, council, wouldn't you, that you would have some sort of approximation?
Let me ask that back. How many trucks makes an agricultural field a
No idea,
construction?
but how many trucks are you bringing in? Are you bringing in 100 a day, 6 days a week?
I
John,
can't
can I just
believe
ask
that
you a question?
construction ebbs and
Well, that's the first question of
Let me-
many to Mr. Craig's
All right,
point.
let me ask you a simple question. City has several big piles of dirt in their DPW yard.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me how many truckloads there is there?
Not a clue, but I don't own that property.
I can actually tell you exactly how much is in the pile there. It's 9,000 and some cubic yards because I shot it and surveyed it
Okay.
and then calculated.
See, he had to do that. At the end of the day, I'll know when I get my topsoil and my fields. Here, let me finish. I'm in the middle of a project, and I don't know. I know what I want to spread, where I want to spread it, and I won't know until the end. So my focus isn't right now. My focus is getting the project done. At the end of the day, I know what my perimeters are. I know that I'm meeting the grade on the bottom. I'm meeting the grade on the top. So how many trucks come in, to be honest, is irrelevant. At the end of the day,
questioner.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'll know.
Okay.
So I can't guess, and I'm not going to mislead you, and I'm not going to lie to you. When they said that, I could get trucks, it was great.
Who's
Send
they?
them. The company that's in charge of getting rid of the topsoil from Foxconn,
And who's that company?
Welsh.
So Welsh contacted you, or you contacted them?
I was
to
on their,
take this?
I was on their list.
So you were on their list to get rid of their soil,
No, to take their soil
to get rid
amendment.
of their soil to take it for yourself.
Well, when you say soil, remember, okay, no, I want to
Black
straight.
substance in the back of it.
No, what I want to say is that was the big fight when Foxconn came in and they took all those farmers' fields. That was rich. If many of you remember the farmer on Highway 11 that sold the huge, great big pumpkins, people would go there and buy the pumpkins. That soil is what I'm getting in that whole area. So I'm getting great soil that grew great crops.
Great. I'm happy for you. So now you don't know though how many trucks roughly have come to your property?
I'll know at the end of the project, because I'll do like he did. I'll survey it, and as Brad did, and I'll calculate the square footage area and the height.
It's already over thousands of cubic yards, and a soil disturbance permit's required after 25 cubic yards. We're talking thousands of cubic yards of soil. This is not a little bit of soil. Look at the pictures.
But how many acres do I have?
You're working on 3 acres right in the front.
Okay, see, that's
Hold on.
that.
If you have 40, 50 acres, you're working on a 3-acre area, and you've dumped all that soil in the hole,
We're
in
gonna-
the one area.
Second.
Okay.
Please, I've got 3 more questions, and then we're going to turn over here. I appreciate where you're going at this, but, so now we have a company. Do you pay for that soil, or do they pay you to take that soil?
There's no, you would normally pay a lot for topsoil like this, or for any soil amendment of this.
So it's free.
There's nothing,
So they're taking this soil from their property,
that they
soil,
could sell.
earth, whatever we want to
They
call
could
it.
sell it for a profit to farmers outside of this area.
I'm asking you right now, so you're getting that soil, dirt, however you want to semantically say it, as attorneys can spin it all we know. Are you getting it for free?
I will tell you this, I am getting it for free, but it is costing them $150 a truckload to bring it to my facility, because the trucks are getting $150 an hour. And based on what the value is, it's $50 a yard for that topsoil. And the goal from Welsh, in the big picture from all of the heat that they took, was they wanted to give it back to farmers. They wanted to make sure that people were not taking it to sell. And that was their goal.
So right now, to clarify all this, I have a truck. That truck is, so you're not paying for it, the soil, and they're not, you're not paying for it, and they're not paying you to take it. So the soil is absolutely free, other than I don't care about who's paying the truck driver, unless it's you. But you're not. So they're paying for it, they're dropping it on your property, and there's no exchange of money, no exchange of anything agreements. It's just, hey, Ryan Farms wants the dirt, come bring the dirt and drop it here.
Yes, and frankly, that's not abnormal. There's a lot of.
That's not what?
That's not abnormal. There's a lot of industrial byproducts.
I'm not questioning if it is, I'm just
Knew about
wondering.
that.
I'm learning, I'm
It happens like
educating
that.
myself here. So I guess I'm going to divert now, or go back, I'm going to yield to engineering to make some comments before we go up here.
One comment, Mayor, about the frequency. When I was out there in that evening, I would say within the 10 minutes I was on the property, I witnessed at least a dozen trucks within the 10-minute time period. At about 5:30, 6 o'clock on a Friday evening, to give an idea of frequency.
And the stop order, was that a sign that was put out there? Like, so the truck drivers know they can't come in there anymore?
It was placed purposely in city right away, and I was told it was removed, but it was actually placed within the city right away. And I hand issued the citations to Mr. Ryan myself.
So the signage that said stop work order, was it put in the city's right away?
Correct.
And now the sign is no longer there.
I was told it was removed pretty darn quickly. How quickly, I can't tell you, but it was removed quickly.
Is the sign still there to the best of your knowledge?
No,
Did you remove the sign?
yes.
Okay, so you remove the sign, that's fine. So now we know. But, so right now, there's no work going on, you're not receiving any trucks, you're still receiving trucks?
No,
You've halted the trucks coming in.
correct.
Did you halt them back on the 18th when the stop work order was done, or citation, or when was that done?
Correct,
So you haven't taken any truckloads since?
correct,
And that's why we're here today, to see if we can get that thing moving again, right?
correct.
All right, I'm gonna yield engineering, if not, we're gonna go back up here.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I have 3 current soil disturbing permits in my hand right here that 1 I'm reviewing and 2 I've already approved. And, 300 cubic yards, 20 to 40 cubic yards, 277 cubic yards, so we have constituents in the city who do the right thing. And all that we wanted was some clarification on what he was doing, and I'll beat it to death again. We didn't know, so how can we assume that he's putting topsoil in, that he's agriculturally enriching the soil? We didn't know because nothing was submitted. If he would have just filled out an application and submitted something, we probably wouldn't be here.
So, Mr. Ryan, to that point, I heard scuttle. Did you ever come down to engineering and say, I want a permit? Or did you come down to engineering and say, I don't need a permit? Or was there any conversations like that down in engineering? Or council, either one?
When it comes to the facts, I'm going to defer to Mr. Ryan.
If they're not
Yes,
the facts, will come to you.
If it's the law.
It was
come to me.
semantics, I'm having fun. It's only 10:30.
yes. Brad was out at the site. I don't have the dates in front of me.
July 1st, I
Yeah,
believe.
July 1st, watched the operation, met with me, told me that, he had seen what was going on. I asked him if he had any questions. He said no. I said, did you verify? He said, yeah, he had talked with the DNR, and the DNR said that everything was right and that I could do it. And I said, okay. He said the only concern that he had was make sure, for the right-of-way. And I said, yes. I said, the right-of-way, I said, I'm not putting in. I said, I told him there's fence poles that are there that tell me where the lot line is. In fact, Jesse will remember this. Several years ago, I was having problems with that ditch line and with Raymond. And John Bennett issued me a letter stating that I had permission to work on the right-of-way area. And it was placed in the file, and I remember to this day that Jesse asked the past engineer, he said, well, did you look in the file to see if there's a letter in there? And sure enough, when they looked in the file, the letter was there. I had tried to find that letter a couple months back, and it's no longer in the file. But I had actually worked on the ditch line, put a ditch line with a little berm on the bottom of that so that stuff couldn't run. So I actually constructed that with the permission of the city of Franklin to put that. So when it comes to the right-of-way area there, it's always been, protected. And so when Mr. Brad was out there, I'd even asked him, I said, do you have any concerns in that? He said, nope. He said, I took my pictures. He said, you're doing what it is. The trucks were coming and going the same day that he sat there, and he sat there for a good, 20 minutes or better, yeah, watching the operation. And I thought, okay, good. I think there was a meeting between Jesse and my other attorney where Jesse had said something to Nate about a fill permit, and Nate had told him it's agricultural land. And then Nate had said to me, he said, Basil, just go down to the city, make sure that, you don't need a permit. The city attorney was inquiring. So I don't know what the rest of the conversation was between the two of them. And I said, okay, if that makes everyone happy. I told him, I said, the city was out already once, looked at everything I did in that, didn't say anything, but I said, I'll go down there. So I went down there, talked with, the only one that was missing was Rodney. And I said, gentlemen, do I need a fill permit? And they had said that, according to the report that Brad just made? No. And that he covered all of the stuff. And then they mentioned the same thing too to me, that why didn't I notify him? And I said, gentlemen, I don't notify you when I plow my fields. I don't notify you. Funny story. There was a while back, we put nitrate in the ground, and the tank was in the field up front. And we had the fire department, the police department, everybody out there. And I went up front to see what was going on. And because it had hazmat stickers on it, the officer was alarmed and said, well, I had, hazmat chemicals. I said, that's nitrogen. It gets plowed into the field. And she said, well, isn't that dangerous? What happens if a car hits it or that? I said, out here, this is all farmland. I said, you'll see these tanks in the field all the time. So we've always had that. It's just educating people that, that's farming. So when I went, the three gentlemen were there. I think it was just before the 4th, we talked, they had asked me the same things that, Tyler, right, is your first name? I'm sorry, Kyle. And I told Kyle, I said, if I had to come in here, I said, I disturb the soil twice every year, spring and fall. Spring, I said, I disc it. Fall, I plow it up so that it sits open for the winter. So I said, I never come in here to tell you that. And I said, and when the fertilizer company comes and spreads fertilizer through the whole property, I said, they never notify you. I said, that portion of the city has always been farmed in that. So that was the only thing that they said, is that I didn't come in. But they verified the same thing, with me, that they also called the DNR, and the DNR said it was all right. Everyone I called prior to doing this, I went through a long laundry list from state to federal, and they all said it was exempt and that it could be done.
Engineering gentleman.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to that conversation we had, which was mainly correct. There were a few discrepancies there. I asked you if you had to get a permit for that, or if you had any concern about getting a permit for that. And you told me that the state and the DNR told you did not have to get a permit.
Yeah.
And when these guys talked to you down at the city hall, you didn't bring any of that documentation down to back that up. And that's why they asked you about a fill permit. And you said you didn't need one. We never denied you. You never filled out an application. You just thought, I'm going to fill this because I can do what I want to do.
No, Brad.
Yes.
When you were on my machine, did you not tell me that you also checked with the DNR and they said I didn't need a permit?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No, I asked
What happens if we show you an email where the DNR told you that I didn't need a permit? Is that the same? Is that the same thing, or is that a lie?
It was the concern about agricultural activity, and that's always been the point that we don't agree on. Mike's a professional engineer. He looked at the project. He said this is not normal agricultural activity or considered agricultural activity. You're filling.
And
we asked Pete Wood, professional engineer, erosion control specialist, is this agricultural activity? No, he didn't. He said it was not. On the 14th of August, after they looked at it, they said it was not. It's in his email. He said that's construction activity.
I'll let the
if
attorney
I
comment.
may, I think there are facts. We've provided facts. Happy to provide those emails so you can interpret them for yourself. I'm not a professional engineer. I'm just a measly EIT. I never got my PE, but I'm also a lawyer, and Pete Wood's not. And I disagree with him if that's what he said. His emails don't.
Then you should litigate that in court, not in front of the common council.
Okay, so how we have to do this, council, please finish your thought, and then these gentlemen will rebut, and then we're going to go up here.
So if the DNR thinks it's a construction site, the DNR has enforcement authority. They can issue a notice of violation or a notice of noncompliance. They have not done that here, and they have not done that here for a reason. Instead, they've put it on you. They've threatened you that they might bring an enforcement action against you if you don't use your stop work authority. They've threatened you with that even though your permit doesn't allow you to regulate these activities, regardless. Even if it's construction, it's not under your permit. And if it's agriculture, it's not under your MS4 permit. I think it's really clear from these emails, and again, I'm happy to share them, what DNR is doing. They're saying, we can't really do anything. Maybe we could, but we don't want to, so you guys do it, because then it's on you. So I think DNR never says, this is a construction site in their emails. They say, there's a line somewhere. Again,
It says it right in that email.
I disagree, and that is an issue that there is precedential case law on. I'm happy to provide that too, if you really want it.
Okay, gentlemen, respond.
Yeah, let's be clear too about when Brad was out there and talked to Mr. Ryan on what, July 1st, whatever date that was, that at that point in time, the fill on the field wasn't what it was today. So again, I'll beat the point to death that at that point in time, we had no clue that this amount of fill was coming into this property. So we can't safely assume what is going on.
So I understand that I think your point is that you would have preferred if Mr. Ryan had come to you and either applied for a fill permit. Is that the fill permit, the fill statute? I mean, take a close look at this, and you tell me if you're a farmer that can live under this. You can only farm between 7 and 5. That's it. During the week, only between 7 and noon on Saturday. No farming outside of that. Good luck. I mean, some of these regulations, it's very, very clear. These are not intended for agricultural properties, agricultural land uses. So I just think, I understand you wish you had known what was in the dirt. You wish you would have known it was clean topsoil. Maybe we can communicate better, but there's no obligation under the ordinances for Mr. Ryan to come in and tell you that.
I'd like to add something. P. Wood is a well-respected 25-year veteran erosion control specialist for the DNR, so I think he's a pretty wise guy, knows the rules. Matter of fact,
Brought across him before.
He says placement of topsoil in the area of the property adjacent to County Line Road is considered a land disturbing construction activity. August 14th, 2025.
Right, so that's 6 weeks after this conversation started. 6 weeks
Doesn't matter when it is, it's construction activity.
after there were emails from a Yahoo account to Pete Wood talking about how we're going to stop this behavior. What are we going to do?
Okay.
I want to add one thing. We also, so some of you realize, we also had a conversation with the DNR. And they couldn't, because originally they took a position that this was stockpiling. As the attorney here pointed out to them, she asked where that statute is. And they backed down on that and said, it's not stockpiling. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Wood says after the meeting, and I'll tell you the same thing I told him, the area where it's in now, there's also an exemption based on it. But see, some of this comes out after the fact. You can contain, as the area that neither one of you gentlemen have pointed out, if it's less than an acre, you can have an area put there. The area that I designated where the soil is, when we were getting a lot of that soil, it was wet. I needed an area to put it because I couldn't spread it onto the fields right away because it was clumpy and thick. So it was placed there to dry. And as it dried, we would then take a layer off, spread it onto the field. When they would bring in dry stuff, that spread onto the field. What's interesting is I have areas that Brad doesn't realize that was dry topsoil that spread further into that property. That's nice and level, and when you drive by, you can't even see it. That's how well it blended in. So you're dealing with an animal that comes in wet and comes in dry. If it comes in dry, it spreads immediately. If it comes in wet, it's got to dry. It comes in clumpy, it's real hard to move, and you can't disc it. So that, and after that meeting is then when the DNR changed their position and said that it's a construction site.
Point taken. Mr. Poulos, now
Yeah.
we're going to go to the council members. Who wants to talk first up here so I know? Alderman Eichman, good.
So a couple of things. It's important, I think, to know when this is first brought to our attention, there was no Ryan Farms mentioned, no agricultural activities mentioned. It was simply whatever it is, but that came later. Okay, that was not the initial story. We handed out to you earlier tonight a packet of pictures.
Yes.
I think
Pictures in the packet.
the last picture, the last three pictures, I think, are telling of clearly showing filling within city right away, erosion in the ditch line.
We never got those pictures. Can we see, anyone has a copy of those?
There's an extra packet here.
We'd appreciate it, because you're talking about stuff. We were fair enough and gave every one of you our information, but it's interesting that the city can't pass on that information to us. Oh, so this is the child games we play?
No, we're not going to play any child games, so if you want,
I can give him mine.
please, yes, take one, or Alderman Salus. Take the entire packet, so you have an entire
So
packet.
I don't want to get distracted. Get back to the point here. The pictures are in the packet. The last three are pretty damaging. I'm clearly showing filling a lot of material, multiple feet within the right of way. If you're drying and farming, you're not going to be filling within city right of way. It doesn't make any sense.
If I can add,
That's to the floor, Mr. Ryan.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. The last 3 pages clearly show that. Again, city sign right away. Erosion in the ditch, evidence of it right here with no erosion control. Second last page. Third to the last, again, filling at great depths near the power poles. That's again, city right away.
And could I add that less than 1,000 feet to the east is the Root River. And every bit of black dirt that you just saw there ended up in that Root River. And that is definitely a violation of our permit that we can be fined for, in addition to him.
So
all he needed was perimeter control on that property and it would have stopped that.
the evening we're out there, again, go back to safety, the dust was so bad. I had our DPW superintendent that evening and Friendly come out to try to sweep the street. It was that bad a condition, and again, for site safety. I was told, Mr. Ryan, you impeded his work effort by standing in the roadway where DPW could not perform their work. I have no idea why you do that, but again, for public safety, let the city crews do their job.
If I can address that issue. I rented equipment to clean the road, and we cleaned the road. We cleaned the road midday and then towards the evening. In fact, I have a picture of their piece of machinery taking dust into my neighbor's house. Their street sweeper generated so much dust into the air. The poor woman, I had to go and comfort her. She was crying. My wife and I went up there. Her house was literally covered inside with nothing but dust. And if you want to see that picture, I have it. Now, I took the time when their guys came, we cleaned that road up every night. And the dust that was coming there was not dirt. It was the limestone from my driveway. And what we would do is we would put stone down, but with the traffic, meaning the heavy trucks, they would just break that and disintegrate it. So I had rented street equipment and we cleaned the street. So when their crew showed up, I said, we already cleaned it and we're in the process of cleaning it and we can do a better job than they came. So it wasn't farm dirt, it was limestone dust.
Okay, so you're
Now, if I can, okay.
I want to.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I guess
He has, because I just have some discrepancies.
one question I have too is, with you taking this volume of material to your property, how big of an area do you plan on farming? Is it 3 acres, 5 acres, 10 acres? Because there's a lot of material delivered that they're not going to till 10, 12 feet of material in a 3 acre plot. It doesn't make any sense mathematically. That's not tilling, that's called filling.
You done with your questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If everyone looks at the first picture that the city submitted to you, you see that fence pole there? That's the edge of my property. That's also was a gauge that we use for the depth to keep there, so we gauged it. Now understand that this soil, like anything, as it dries, it's going to shrink in size. Second picture that you see, that's not very clear, but you can see how we have it level. The top of the property by that tree line is level. And then that area pitches down. It follows, if you go there, you'll see the road also has a grade that literally goes on an angle. The second picture, or the third picture, is getting late, so I can't see. Now, this fourth picture, which shows the dirt line, it's interesting. You see the clump of, it's a boulder. You see it to the left of there, all by itself? That's actually my property line. So that I used as a marker. So all of this area that he's saying is filled in. The interesting part is they never checked where the lot line is.
Is that accurate or not accurate?
I don't believe so, but it's not been surveyed, and it's not been surveyed by you either. There is no markings at your property code.
Okay. If you would ask,
Have you
no.
had it surveyed?
Yes,
My question.
yes. So I'm Brad, you've made several comments. You said, for example, that I built my house only a couple years ago and I haven't farmed it in several years. I built that house and bought that land in 1995.
And there have been several years where you haven't farmed.
No, I've farmed every year. What she's referring to is I've had a year where I've collected because the crops. Brad, I'm talking.
I don't think that's the point. The
Brad,
point is
Brad.
that's not agricultural activity.
Ryan's got the floor, and then we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna go,
Okay.
we gotta move this along.
Okay, I have two survey stakes. One is at the far end of Meadow Pipe, and one is at the south end of Meadow Pipe. So this area of the right-of-way, in fact, Brad even asked me when he was out there for the visit, he said, make sure you don't fill the right-of-way. If you notice where that line where it's filled in there, on there, I deliberately filled that because it was a hollowed out area and I wanted to make it level. That pole, again, is the lot line, where the utility pole is.
Okay.
On there, if you look, again, on the, well, we're back. The other interesting part is any one of you is welcome to drive out there. My next door neighbor has 160 acres next to me. 160 acres before you get to the Root River. His drainage ditch, his culvert, is plugged. No water gets in there. So for them to sit here, and it frustrates me, that's why I had to bring an attorney, to say that this soil went down there. That ditch line is completely filled. You can't get anything obstruction past that culvert because when it rains hard, it literally backs up. And if you go and look at it, he's got vegetation literally growing in there. So there's been no vegetation that has. And this ditch line was what I talked about earlier when I said that the city gave me a letter to work on this and provide it. So when you talk about, a hole, I don't see a hole. When you talk about these pictures, I just want it clearly known. There's no encroachment into the right-of-way. This is all my property. And I know exactly where my property is because on the far east end is a pipe. In fact, I will tell you another interesting thing with me.
You gotta really,
I'm just to show you facts. On the far end of my property is a telephone pole. And on that pole, it jumps from the main line to there. I own my own utilities to that piece of property, and that piece of property is considered a utility because the line that comes from that pole goes all the way back to my property. The power box in there, the box going into my house, that's all owned by me. So yes, I know exactly where my lot lines are. I know exactly where it is. And if you look, you'll see how on the second to last picture, you'll see how the incline goes up. So there's an incline that goes up onto there. So that area, and if you go by there today, you'll see that vegetation has never been stopped, penetrated, or anything like that. So I'm glad he's got these pictures because they clearly show, especially this one here. It's the great one. Look at where the utility poles are. Nowhere is that pile past those utility poles. So their own pictures clearly show that I don't. And then to sit here and be accused, all he's got to do is go on the county's page, and you'll find that there's a survey for my property by
There's a plat, and I looked at it, and your property line doesn't go to the pole.
Move on.
Okay, but he's interrupting.
Seriously,
There's a survey by
we're all clear on this.
yeah, B&W surveyed that property.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just
And then we got to move.
one more quick mention to all of the Raymond constituents who called and complained about this activity, and this is part of the reason why we're doing this as well. So be clear that there were a lot of complaints about this activity.
All right, I just want to add one note. As he said, Raymond, I don't have a neighbor. When you get off the freeway on Elm and you go Elm to County Line Road and from County Line up, I do not have a neighbor anywhere in there. And you know what's there? Farmland, agricultural farmland. So not one neighbor complained. But I will tell you one other thing. I have a suspicion that the person who did it is an elected official from the town of Raymond. Because the one day when we were getting fill, that gentleman showed up on my property and was complaining about the dump trucks. And also mentioned the fact about a lawsuit that we have with a road. So, yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out, no Franklin resident complained.
Okay, Alderwoman Eichmann, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of things. Mr. Basil, I can only imagine the cost of having your own private street sweeper and the cost that would be incurred with that. So I would assume, due to those costs for a business, since you're farming, you would have the receipts for the street sweeper for business purposes, tax purposes, and so forth. I don't expect you to have them with you this evening, but I imagine for the large cost that it costs to rent your own street sweepers, you have those receipts somewhere, correct?
That is correct. And since I do development, I also own a lot of equipment as far as big loaders, small loaders, and that. But yes, I do have those rental ones for the pieces of equipment that I didn't have, like a box sweeper. A box sweeper contains and keeps the limestone contained within the box, so you don't have, a regular sweeper just going out there with a brush and sweeping it. That was a piece of equipment that I rented from Sunbelt Rentals.
And is it normal if this were just a simple fill for this to encroach into the Root River?
It never would. There's over, as they pointed out, there's over 1,000 feet before you get to the Root River. And the gentleman has that land next to me is 160 acres. 160, that's a quarter section. So there's no penetration because he has all farm or trees and that. He actually, and you probably go after him for that. He has maple syrup. He produces maple syrup.
If I may just add to that.
I still have
because
the floor, Counselor.
I think.
Counselor, I still have the floor. I also wanted to ask, do we have a permit on file for you to have your own utility pole? And do you have We Energy's easement along with that pole?
Respectfully, we're here asking for a stop work order. This is not like a free-for-all ask Mr.
Counselor,
Ryan.
I'm trying to
and
gain
you want-
information. As stated, I still do have the floor.
But this is irrelevant?
Respectfully, so I have not interrupted you this entire evening, Counselor. I have the floor. I'm asking questions in general to learn more about this. I'm not attacking Mr. Basil. I'm simply gathering facts respectfully, and I would appreciate not being interrupted. Thank you. Back to my original question. Does the city of Franklin have a permit on file for Mr. Ryan to own his own utility pole? Is that something that's required within the city? I would imagine that it is, as well as the We Energies. Because the reason I'm asking is because I'm just trying to find out where this ends here. I mean, this picture looks like it is definitely the city easement. So then it does not become the city easement if he owns the pole? It's like if I bought the electrical pole in my front
No
yard,
idea.
then it's not a city easement?
Council, do you have anything on that? Kelly, can you put council on?
Right away is as described or
Hit it again, please. Just once.
as provided per Wisconsin statutes.
Well, I don't want it long, okay.
Okay.
Get your point,
Okay,
we gotta
and-
roll this.
What approximately height in this picture do we think this dirt is on? Up fairly high, do we know?
Well, the yellow arrow sign is probably 8 feet tall there. I mean, I don't want to guesstimate, but I mean, it's got to be visible to drivers, so.
If you look at the picture with the truck in it, the quad axle truck, do you know how big a quad axle truck is and it's sitting on top of the dirt? Look at the amount of dirt below that truck. There's 10 feet plus there.
This picture?
This one?
Yeah. Yeah, that one, she's,
You have two different pictures.
Which picture do you have up, Michelle?
I'm holding this.
So the darker one you want?
darkest one.
It's, honestly, it's very difficult. Well, from the sign there, but it's hard to
You can
gauge
see
from
how
this,
high that truck is though. I mean, it's
above the sign. It's hard to tell that it's up 10 feet. I'll yield for now, thank you.
Alderwoman Day,
Thank you. I just have
Alderman Sluse after that.
a few points of clarification. So from reading through all of the packets here, what I'm gathering, generally the basis for the appeal is that because the land is agricultural, Mr. Ryan is exempt from the multiple ordinances that are being cited against him. And so my question is, it seems like where a lot of the problem is coming is confusion from the city's perspective about what is actually occurring on that property. It seems like nobody here was aware that there was any sort of farming of any sort happening on the property. So my question is, just because something is zoned agricultural, does that mean that they're exempt from everything, or does there have to be actual proven work happening to have those exemptions? That's the part, and I'm asking legitimately because I don't know the answer to that question, and it seems like that's where a lot of the confusion is coming from, of what was being done there, what isn't being done there, what's being brought there. So that's my question. If it seems like the city didn't know what was going on there. Is it just that if you're zoned ag, heck, all the rules go out the window because right to farm, or what is the position there?
It's a really good question. And the answer is it depends. The exemptions vary slightly from one ordinance to the next and from state law to federal law. Some of the exemptions apply to agricultural land use. That's in your ordinance. Maybe that applies to zoning, to land zoned ag. Here, the land was being actively farmed, so it would certainly apply there. Some of the exemptions specifically in state law and the exemptions with respect to stormwater control relate to precipitation, stormwater runoff from an agricultural field, and that includes agricultural fields that are in a conservation easement for a short time or something like that. So that's a little bit broader. So unfortunately, it really depends, but I think the issue is here, the activity that was taking place falls within all of those exemptions, the broad ones and the more narrow ones.
And then to the best of your knowledge, when all of the trucks were coming in and however tall, if it was, 8 feet, 10 feet, however tall it was at its tallest point, to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Ryan, and your attorney can answer for it, it doesn't matter, there was, to the best of your knowledge, no runoff occurring, meaning that the dirt was falling back into the roadway, falling back into the right-of-way. There was, heavy rains that came and washed like silt into the road, into the river. To the best of your knowledge, that didn't happen?
It did not, and you're more than welcome to look. In fact, in the ditch line, if you go by there, there's a bale of hay that we even put at the end of the lot line as a protective measure. If you'll notice, nothing penetrated even close to the end of my lot line. And again, since these pictures have been taken, that pile has also settled.
Yeah. I've been by there recently, so I know that it's not as high now
Yep.
as it might have been at this point. I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it did not look like that when I was by there.
That was the whole point. I didn't know either, you know? It was gonna settle as it dries out. The backside of all of that is open. So the sun, when it comes up, is actually drawing the moisture. It's kind of interesting. If you go there early morning when the sun is out, you'll see the steam coming out of there.
And how much, I mean, since you haven't been able to work on it for several weeks now, would you say that the majority of what is left there would be able to be spread at this point, or is it still?
As a rule of thumb, I'm gonna say because of the settling taking place, we should be able to work that top surface off, which then would then expose underneath, which would help it dry, because basically the sun and the wind, like in all farm fields, it's the wind that helps dry it. As the wind goes across it, it sucks the moisture out. When we have a layer of dry stuff on top, it's a blanket. So ideally, in the beginning when we were doing this, it worked perfect where we could get in there and take that top layer off and take it back farther in the field and spread it easier.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor, then Alderman Salus.
With regard to zoning,
Kelly?
the question
Please.
or issue is what's the use? And a hypothetical example is just because a property is zoned commercial, if it's vacant, there's no commercial use going on it. So that's my thought or answer with regard to the zoning.
Just one quick thing, so all of you understand. The importance with agricultural land is the city of Franklin does not set my tax rate. The state sets the tax rate on agricultural land. That's why it's important to keep agricultural land. It's one of the few things that the city cannot control. So on agricultural land, farmers pay what the state deems agricultural land is worth, and that's a separate tax bill in itself.
Thank you. Alderman Salus?
Just, trying to move this issue forward, my question to our engineering team, is there any evidence of any environmental issue on the parcel? Like, do we suspect that there is a wetland, floodplain, or any other environmental issues? Because I'm familiar with people, they have, environmental issues, and they use the filling to very much to overcome such environmental issues. Are you aware of any of that?
I mean, he does have some FEMA floodplain on his property in the area of where he's filling. I don't see it causing an issue. I mean, I have the city property viewer up right now on my phone, and all his floodplain is on the northwest of his property, roughly.
So Mr. Ryan, my question to you, when it rains, when we get moderate rain, do you feel like your property floods somehow? Because I see a lot of that happening on farmland. So I'm not, I'm just trying to figure out the intent of what you are trying to do. I still, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, but I'm just wondering if you have answer to my question.
I have no floodplain area. To give you a better answer that may help you relate, I had that soil tested, and I have the test results. The soil that I'm receiving is better than the soil that I have. One of the important facts on there is it maintains and holds moisture. So in a sense, that alone is better for runoff because the soil will absorb that and retain that. So, and that was done by Rock Labs in Illinois. So I sent samples of that because I was concerned in the beginning when I was getting it to make sure that the quality wasn't less than what I have.
My question regarding flooding is related to your original property.
No, because flooding hurts a farmer. If I have erosion and say I have crops in the field, where that erosion is I no longer have crops there because it washes away. So ideal, a farmer wants his land to be level, more or less. You look for sheet draining. What that means is you don't have the runoff in a certain area where it just keeps washing. Further down the road, there's a farmer that leases land, and if you look off on the road, he's got like a 3-foot deep ditch in his field that goes across. He leases the land, and the guy that that owns it doesn't want to fix it. So yes, it's important. I don't have any.
I think to your question, we checked for wetlands on the property. And there's a state viewer, and there aren't anywhere.
Because, you know, the intent is extremely important to me. So if it was not like, you know, I seen in many cases, people have a spot of a wetland, and let's dump a few loads on that. You know, the way I see the activities that have, I don't see malignant intent of trying to overcome environmental issue. It's just like, you know, I also like to present that topsoil is extremely expensive. And we have some responsibility in the construction business to protect the topsoil. We're not supposed to mix the topsoil with different type of soil, because topsoil is in a decline. So just like we have moral obligation to protect the topsoil. So just like if so basically you're saying that the only reason that you're adding these loads of soil, of topsoil to your land, it's just like for the agriculture purposes, or you think maybe you want to sell it down the road, and nothing wrong with that, because I buy topsoil $50 a yard. So I see the point.
No, that my goal is to better my yields on that. And a rule of thumb, anything east of I-94 is black, deep topsoil. Anything west of 94 is what they call brown clayish topsoil. It's still a topsoil, but if you ever look at it. So the fact that, as you pointed out, is that they didn't want to sell it so somebody makes money, off of this. Their goal was with Foxconn, because of the controversy, as you all remember that, they wanted to give it back to farmers that could utilize it. And I was on a list because I volunteered and said, hey, if you want. And one day they called me and said, are you still interested in it? And it was this year. I was all set to plant. I had, I can show you the bill that I had for the my seed and all of that for this year. And I said, it's going to happen? They said, yeah. I said, okay. Because what I have to do is it's a chore. The areas that I pick, I got to go out there and disc it. So that then when I put the layer, as they were explaining, you must have heard it from me, I put it into the ground. Then I go over again and I disc it to work it in, and then put it in, because the two of them got a bond. If you just put it over the dry stuff, it doesn't bond and get in there. So it's an art of doing all of that. And some of the days when it was wet, it was piled there, and the design was then to spread it. Any one of you are welcome to call me or take a ride by there. You'll see how it's spread on the backside on there, and it's uniform.
We got you, sir.
So
Finish it up, please.
I'll finish it up very quick. I do acknowledge that farmers have a lot more leverage in terms of disturbing the soil. Like, tilling the soil twice a year is a disturb. We in the construction business, we not allowed to do that. You just you move the site a little bit, you work on the soil a little bit, you lose that. They call it disturbance. But farmers has a little bit more leverage in that. I do suggest, I don't know if that would be an accepted compromise, if we basically dismiss the tickets, but you cut a permit so people in the city here, they know what you're doing, and you're grading the land, be it, but just like the city should be aware of what's happening. I'm trying to get out of this crisis, this discussion, and move it forward. What do you think?
Just, and I'll let the attorney, two things. For example, I'm going to give you an example, and Jesse dealt with that. A farmer can go and take a tree line out, okay? Then he can take that tree line and put it in the middle of his field and burn it. That comes under state statute, agricultural burning.
I get it.
Now, for example, the city of Franklin, several years back, we pointed this out to them, and they were supposed to put an ordinance in effect that we could do burning. What they do is they have us come in, and the city clerk can testify to that, and we have to get a permit, and they write on there agricultural. But it's your regular permit. And when someone comes out to do it, we're forced to say, well, it's got to be within, 2 feet by 2 feet because it's recreational. But as you travel up north and you see other farm fields, you'll see these great big piles of brush out there. So when I have to do that, for example, part of doing the process, all the buckthorn along my tree line, I've been popping out the bird. And then I'm going to stop there. But one other question so you're clear in your mind. The DNR has a wetland map. When I met with the DNR, they even showed me how to get there, and the city obviously knows how to do that. There's no wetlands on my property, to answer your question, and that's based on the DNR's map.
I get that, but what about if we just get a permit and call it a day?
If I may, I
Because
think there are
the volume of the
yeah,
amount of
there
dirt
are
being.
legal concerns with that. I mean, I understand that it seems like a common sense compromise here, but the requirements in the ordinance, the conditions that would be put on a permit, the reporting, the obligation to do certain plans and certain, I mean, there's a lot of vegetation between this field and the Root River. A vegetative buffer is generally the best management practice for erosion control. It exists there. But there's also, as Mr. Ryan's attorney, I would not advise him to do that because we don't
Not
think
even
it's,
erosion control permit?
because if you're conceding that one is needed, it may open the door for other state permits that we don't think are needed, that we disagree are needed, and it's just not. The law's pretty clear. The ordinance is pretty clear. We don't want to open the door for any sort of agreement that this is a construction site, because then there may be nuisance claims that would otherwise be exempt from the right to farm law, for example. So there's just a lot of sort of ripple effects to saying, okay, fine, this is a construction site, let's permit it. Seems like the easiest path forward, but it's really not in the farm's best interest.
I mean, I'm not talking for like engineering and, just like a simple, erosion control permit. If there is like, a river down there or something, the city has the right to protect the environmental issues,
Yeah, the obligations of an erosion control and stormwater permit, though, are a little bit hefty for a farmer and a farmer generally to comply with. That's why they're exempt, because the state doesn't want to burden them. But again, we take the position that this is exempt from state permitting, and if it's exempt and federal permitting requirements, and that there's a law in the books that says if it's subject to that exemption, then the local government can't regulate it. So if we say, okay, well, get your erosion control permit because it seems like an easier approach, then we're kind of saying, well, maybe we are also subject to these state and federal permitting requirements, which we don't feel like we are.
Can I make one comment, please? When does any of you people sitting up here, when have any of you seen a farmer dump 10 to 15 feet of soil in their field? You never see that. That's a fill activity. That is not farming. And that's the point that we disagree on. And that's why they want to litigate it. They came here to try to get the fill activity started back up. That's why they're here. They want to litigate the rest of it in court because they don't want to get any of the permits required.
I don't disagree. We're here because we want the stop order lifted.
So you still got your yield, sir, and then Mr. Pecorelli.
One quick question, simple question. When was Ryan Farms LLC formed?
I'm sorry,
When was
I don't
Ryan Farms
think
LLC
I
formed?
think it's pretty recent, but that's completely
No,
irrelevant.
no.
That does not, hold on, that, I don't answer. because
Just
that
like
is
soil quality.
No.
He's like, Ryan's like,
Oh.
I'm 19.
No.
Oh, I'm-
No.
It doesn't
May I
matter.
finish? May I finish? May I finish my thought process, please?
Okay.
It
No,
doesn't matter. It
no.
was agricultural land regardless
But
of.
can I finish
Let
my
me-
thought,
let me
please?
answer.
So the floor.
I would like the floor to be Mr. Paulos.
Thank you.
We went astray for a minute.
It is relevant because the whole argument is based on agricultural activities, farming. When you first came to see us about this permit or lack thereof, it was not based on farming. I want to know when everything I'm reading is about Ryan Farms LLC. When was that formed? I think that's very important in the timeline.
I
Thank you.
respectfully disagree. Whether this is agricultural activity Whether it's agricultural land use, doesn't matter if Mr. Ryan was farming it on his own, farming it as an LLC, farming it as a partnership, farming it with his neighbor, his kids farming it, he's leasing it to someone else to farm, totally irrelevant to the law.
But I'm more than happy to answer because it makes me feel bad. Where do you see LLC?
Nowhere.
So how can he make a statement before all? Let me finish now. I have the floor. When can this gentleman sit here and make a statement that's not correct and say, and read from there and says it says LLC? I can tell you the truth. It doesn't say LLC, and I answered that question to Jesse earlier on Ryan Farms. So again, it shows that these three gentlemen are out to get me.
Well,
Okay, let's,
Paul, you still have the floor.
yeah, okay, I don't respect that comment. It's a simple question. Rephrase the question. When was Ryan Farms formed? Everything everyone hears about Ryan Farms. If it's not LLC, whatever you're calling your business, when was that formed?
Again, my family farm is the Brewer farm.
Okay, I disagree. We can agree to disagree. I think it's very important with the timeline of the activities here. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Pecorelli?
So I got two questions. First one is, you said you're getting ready to plant winter wheat. Is that correct?
I'd like to, yes.
So when does that have to be in by?
Ideally, before the end of October, you'll see a lot of farmers already have their fields plowed up. Just down, next farm down from me already has a field plowed. Farmer on the end already has it plowed. So ideally, what you do is with winter wheat, is you work the field up, you plant the seed, you get it to take before it gets cold and freezes. And then once you see little bits of spouts coming up, you know it's taking hold. And then what happens is winter comes, it freezes, goes dormant like your grass, and then grows in the spring.
And so then, if this was the restart up, how much longer are you planning to have trucks coming in there bringing dirt in before you gotta get it? You need drying time, right, if it's coming in wet and all that, and you got time to get it tilled in. So how much?
There's 8 days, they estimate there's only 8 days left of soil. And what I'm trying to do is bridge the areas that I have already started so I can fill those in and level it and take advantage of the 8 days. But every day we go by, it gets less and less to the point where there's no more dirt. And then what I have is a problem because that the city's left me with by shutting me down. So I'm trying to blend in the areas and take that fill so I can have my nice level areas for planting. But if you notice, and I apologize, it seems like this whole conversation is that this council doesn't trust that I've been farming since 1995 on my property.
So, Mr. Pecorelli, you still have the floor, then we're going to try to bring it home with the council.
Oh, you.
Anyone from the council right now? No? Mr. City Attorney, Kelly, could you? Oh. Alderwoman, then Mr. City Attorney.
Mr. Basil, if you've been farming since 1995, you've got to have documentation and records of your farming.
Again, it's irrelevant. We can't keep going down this.
Well,
path.
I'm just wanting to trust and believe what he's saying, so I'm trying to help him
You've
out
asked
by-
for receipts. He's been willing to talk about that. Frankly, it doesn't matter if he's been farming since 1995. It matters if he's farming now, and he very clearly is. I just think we need to get back to what the ordinances require here.
Oh, you think?
Mr. City Attorney, if you could hit this button.
Can I just say one thing?
Council, think about that.
You're more than happy
Good
to
idea,
come.
bad idea?
I will.
If you remember, a couple of years ago, I had one of my farm tractors in the 4th of July parade, if any
did.
of you remember
You
that.
didn't throw any candy out.
No, we were that year and we got in trouble. So I brought one of my farm tractors to the 4th of July parade and had a wagon attached to it where we had seniors that were in the wagon. And so where did I get that? I got it from my farm.
All right, Mr. City Attorney, if there was a motion to be made, what would that motion be in your opinion? Unless you got other things you want to talk about.
It would be to remove and revoke the stop work order. Or to take no action and let the matter proceed.
What does that mean, to let the matter proceed?
That it would proceed, there's another appeal requested the Board of Zoning and Building Appeals. Board of Zoning and Building Appeals would have potential authority to revoke the citation pursuant to the code. And
Well, I mean, in my.
Or
Oh,
it could be the officer issuing the citation, making a decision to proceed or not proceed and void. So those are the potential.
okay. Well, that wasn't much help. Ma'am?
So we're here, we really appreciate you taking this up so urgently. The appeal to the Board of Zoning is the citations. Maybe they have authority to address the stop work order as well. But the concern is, we're of the opinion this is arbitrary and capricious. If Mr. Ryan's not allowed to continue to farm and there are additional damages, it could be problematic. And we don't want that. We don't want that for anybody. We don't actually want to take this litigation any further. We want to address these citations, we want to address the stop work order, and we want to be done with it. So,
Okay, I respect that. Mr. Post, you have any comments on this?
I guess the last thing I'll say is if Mr. Ryan doesn't feel permits are necessary because of his farm activities, then why visit and talk to city engineering staff about permitting? If it's not needed, why visit City Hall at all?
No, please don't explain that.
I did explain it.
And, well, okay, you did. We'll go with you did. Go ahead.
I mean, our staff, with the facts they presented at the time, to the proper thing as far as requiring permits. Application never filled out. It was never denied because the permit is never filled out. Application never filled out. Can't deny something you don't have.
Okay? So,
I say one last thing.
what?
I'd like to make one last comment. At this time, we have 2 professional engineers that are not considering his activity agricultural activity. I don't know how we, just ignore our own UDO and not follow what our professional engineers and the DNR said.
Okay, so in my opinion, everybody up here is elected official. Everybody's up here to make a decision. That's what you took this job for. That's what you ran for, to make a decision. Okay? With that said, I'm going to throw a basic statement out there for thought. So a potential motion would be to continue the stop work order and let citations go through the process. Thoughts on that?
Potential motion.
Okay, so that's a potential motion. Does somebody want to make that motion or amend it or bring another motion forward? Alderman Yusuf?
I like to really make the motion to revoke the citation and the stop order.
I second.
Hold on a minute.
I happen to really believe that Mr. Ryan is legitimately farming his land and getting the topsoil to enhance his farm.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, could you use the button again, Kelly?
Council does not have authority to revoke or rescind the citation.
Make the motion. I said you suggested.
He says the council's, what does the council have the authority to do, sir?
As I stated earlier,
State it again.
to remove the stop work order.
That's it.
That's it.
So a motion would be to remove the stop work
I'll
order.
make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to remove the stop work order. We got a first.
I'll second it.
We have a second. This will definitely be a roll call, please.
Can I ask one
Oh,
question?
yes. So we have a first and a second. It will be a roll call. Alderwoman Dave got the floor.
Just one clarifying question. So the motion that we're voting on is to potentially remove the stop work order. However, the citations remain in place.
Is that correct, council?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what we're voting on.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And we'll put a caveat that we want our stop work order signed back.
I can't.
You tear it up in anger?
No, I gave it to the attorneys for
So
original.
it said Dane County.
So you
All
have
right.
to ask them.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
6 ayes, no noes, motion carries.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. See you at the senior lunch tomorrow. Hope it's something good.
We'll have a lot to talk about.
No, we're talking. I'm talked out. Take Linda with you. A resolution authorizing the installation of a fence within the 20-foot storm sewer easement upon Lot 2 in Silverwood Heights, being a re-division of Outlot 1 of Certified Survey Map number 7192, located in a part of the northwest 1/4
Motion.
and the northeast 1/4 of the southwest 1/4 of Section 16, Township 5 North, Range 21 East, in the city of Franklin, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, 8476 South Golden Lake Way, tax key number 839-0097000, John and Kristen Brands, B-R-A-N-D-E-S, applicant.
I'll make the motion to approve the resolution to authorize.
First, seconded
my
by
district.
Alderman Hassan. This is in D2, the fighting D2. Any further discussion on this? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G5, resolution authorizing certain officials to accept the dedication of outlot of the recorded certified survey map number 9041 for public road purposes, including its public infrastructure, with the street name South Ballpark Drive. Who is taking this? Engineering? There is a recommendation, but do we have to add anything to this?
It's pretty cut and dry.
I agree. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
We got a first, is there a
Second.
seconded by Alderman Salus? Further discussion would be Mr. Peccarelli.
I'll try to keep it brief.
No, just keep going.
All right, so I guess the question I have is, why is this coming up now? Can we get some background on this, and what's the ramifications of this?
So I can't answer the first question because I was not here, but typically in any developer pays for utilities and develops roadways, and then they dedicate those to the city at some point in time. Ballpark Commons is no different. Why it wasn't done years ago, I have no idea. It should have been done, or kind of playing a little catch up now, getting our house in order. It's a street that the city has been maintaining and plowing for a number of years, so it only makes sense to have the city own it.
Yes.
All right, thank
Mr.
you
City
for the
Attorney?
clarifying.
Thank you.
Just with regard to the actual warranty deed on a technical basis, in the middle where it says grantor warrants that the title to the property is good, indefeasible, and fee simple, and free and clear of encumbrances except : then it is blank, reasonably stating there are no encumbrances. But I would suggest subject to potential technical changes, and staff can request of the developer that the word except and the colon should be deleted and replaced by a period after the word encumbrances.
Madam Clerk made that notation. Okay, in all the chaos, was there a first and a second on this?
Yes.
Good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. G6, a resolution to issue change order number 1 for the 2025 local street improvement program to Payne and Dolan, Inc., to increase the contract price by $60,580.86.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is this a roll call? Good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Everyone's so lively.
What's that?
Everyone's so lively now.
G7, resolution to authorize acceptance of stormwater facilities maintenance agreement and stormwater access easement from Mr. Singh, 10879 South 76th Street, tax key number 984-9997-000. Any debate on this, sir?
I make a motion to accept.
Okay, we've got a first.
I'll second.
First and a second by Alderman Craig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Please do not prematurely say aye. G8, an ordinance to amend. Council, do you have comment on that, or just clearing throat, or?
Trying to keep up.
Good, an ordinance
My
to.
notes, G7, wasn't there yet. With regard to the mortgage holder consent, the document doesn't refer to a recorded document number. That blank's not filled in, and there's individual's name signing for the mortgagee bank, and then same name doing the notarization. So you have person executing
Their own document?
the document and then notarizing the person's own. And so that does not work. And that should be corrected. So-
Right.
And also the notary.
Okay, say it a little louder.
The notary part of that then also has to be filled in.
Correct.
So is this motion gonna be
Pending correction.
pending
Well-
technical corrections, or is it not even?
You could just
Rescind.
move to reconsider the motion just made, and then
I will move to reconsider the motion just made.
there's a second and a
Second.
vote on that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. We reconsider. Now what's the motion, sir?
And motion to approve as set forth on the council action sheet. Subject to corrections to the mortgage holder consent portion of the agreement as stated at the meeting.
I will agree to that and make the motion.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. G8, an ordinance to amend 1-20 as in Charles, form of citation of the municipal code of the city of Franklin, Wisconsin, to address the new citation form to be used in place of the form from the state of Wisconsin Department of Administration, Bureau of Publishing and Distribution, which is no longer producing.
Make the motion to adopt.
I'll second.
First and a second, any comments on that, Mr. City Attorney? Good, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. G9, population estimate of January 1st, 2025. Madam Clerk, 36,882. 36,882 and growing.
Motion to place on file.
Second.
Motion, is that what you want, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, we got a first and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Closed session.
So now, we're going up to G10 and Alderman D6. Motion to enter closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 1985 sub 1 sub G to confer with legal counsel for the common counsel who is rendering advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to the City of Franklin v. BPC, Master Developer LLC, and Michael Zimmerman, Milwaukee County Circuit Court, case 24-C Charles v. Victor 7479er, litigation and/or possible litigation related to the 2024 shortfall payment under the TID 5 development agreement, and to enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate.
Make a motion to go into closed session.
Second.
First, seconded by Alderman Hassan. Let's do this. You ready?
That's easy.
Roll call, please.
City attorney?
Further discussion, Mr. City Attorney, before we go into roll call vote.
And I understand that the motion was made and on the basis of it needs to go into closed session for the reasons stated in the title to this particular action. And I mentioned that because of the earlier this year Marinette case, as I have previously. And I see movement and the council member who seconded nodding their heads yes. If there's any other comments, now's the time.
Well, we're going into closed session because we're negotiating. We're talking financials and negotiations, which we would absolutely never do in open session. So the whole world, this is a whole strategic part with negotiations and finances. And the only other thing we would go into closed session for would be staff-related issues. So with that, we've got a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Alderman Hassan.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Pecorelli.
Aye. 6 ayes, no noes. We are now slowly going into closed session. Slowly.
Can I take a quick
Yes,
1 minute?
Yeah, we need
absolutely.
to- need
But I want to
to-
get off the record first.
Wait.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kind of a big deal.
All right.
Yeah. You let me know. Okay. It's 12:02 a.m. on September 3rd. We are back in open session. The motion is to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Motion to move.
Is it first?
Second.
Seconded by Alderwoman Day. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Uh-oh. So, was it G11? Well, if is there something more that we were going to discuss, Madam Director of Administration? I didn't think so. I thought we were going to do that, and that was where we agreed on. Must be hearing things. Motion to enter in closed session pursuant to Wisconsin State Statute 1985, sub 1, sub E as in Edward, for competitive and bargaining reasons, to deliberate and consider terms relating to a TID 8 developer request to adjust guaranteed assessed value schedule 2025-2040 to tax incremental district number 8, development agreement between the city of Franklin and Oakwood Industrial LLC, and the investing of public funds and governmental actions in relation thereto, and to reopen an open session at the same place thereafter to act upon such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate.
Motion to go into closed.
Second.
I got a first and a seconded by Mr. Craig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? As have, we're slowly going into closed session. You tell me when you're ready. All right. It is 12:21 a.m. on Wednesday, September the 3rd. Mr. Regitz, would you please read a suggested motion?
Analyze guaranteed valuation schedule as discussed in closed session.
I will make the motion.
Second.
First and seconded by Alderman Youssef. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We're going to get crazy going into H. Licenses. Who's taking licenses?
Alderwoman Day.
Alderwoman Day, you've got the floor, and H is in Henry.
All right, License Committee met this evening. Both operators were approved. And then we had 2 temporary Class B beer and Class B wine. They are both approved pending final confirmation from the clerk's office on the licenses.
Who is seconding that?
I will.
Mr. Craig, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Everyone's favorite. I is an Ida. There are 3 points. This will be a roll call. Motion approving the following. Point 1, city vouchers with an ending date of August 28th, 2025 in the amount of $2,052,969.97. Point 2, payroll dated August 22nd, 2025 in the amount of $484,959.29, and payments of the various payroll reductions in the amount of $541,203.32, plus city matching payments. And point three, estimated payroll dated September 5th, 2025, in the amount of $478,000 in payments of the various payroll deductions in the amount of $260,000 plus city matching payments.
Motion to approve.
Second.
First and a second, roll call, please.
Alderman Craig.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Patton.
Aye.
Alderman Assad.
Aye.
Alderwoman Eichman.
Aye.
Alderman Peccarelli.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nos, motion carries. I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Gentlemen, I'll give you the,
Why is that the fourth one? We
because
voted
you're
him
over,
tonight when
you're
I
loud,
made it
you're
first.
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's have it. We are off the record.